Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everybody on the platform. My apologies, I'm just having a problem figuring out my video. I trust that you can see me and hear me and everything else. May I check with the Secretariat, please, just in terms of our quorum?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have a quorum, Chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, am I audible? Am I alone in the meeting? Can you hear me?
We
Loud
can
and
hear
clear,
you,
Chair, and we
Chairperson.
can see you as well.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Secretariat, can you just give me a sense of whether we have a quorum? Good morning, Deputy Minister. I see you in the room as well.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I could then request that we please put up the agenda for this meeting. And let me once again just thank all of the members who agreed that we move this meeting virtual and therefore able to start a little bit earlier and have some time to go through some of the issues that we had to carry over from yesterday. Our agenda is on the screen. The meeting is scheduled for 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. In terms of the agenda items, there are 5 items. The first one being the responses of the Competition Commission and ICASA, based on the discussions that we held yesterday. For members who were not part of the meeting yesterday, we had a presentation from ICASA on a number of issues, including quality of service, including the funding model for ICASA and other issues that they'll speak to on their responses. And we received a presentation from the Competition Commission as well. Then the item that we added, members, you remember we added one item after we were requested to defer the department's briefing on the SABC bill. So we thought that it was important to bring back the issue of the evaluation panel for ICASA councillors. Maybe just a bit of background on this issue. You remember when we were dealing with the salaries of the public office bearers, the ICASA councillors, there was an issue that kept coming up in terms of performance management of the ICASA councillors. Now, the evaluation panel that is responsible for that performance management is appointed by Parliament, and therefore the department will just take us through how far that process is and how we then take it forward. In our last meeting, or not yesterday's meeting, the meeting before, there had been a request from Honorable Bodlani that we highlight and bring forward the issues of governance as SITA and seek an update on where we are on SITA governance issues. When we went to the oversight visit at that entity in December, part of what would have come up was obviously the term of the MD, which was coming to an end, the acting MD, as well as the term of the board that was coming to an end. So we are almost 2 months out, and we've requested for a briefing from the minister and the department in that regard. Then number 4 is around the SITA oversight report, and then the adoption of the SITA oversight report. May I check then, before we get into the agenda items, whether we have any apologies, Secretariat?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have 2 apologies. One's from Ms. Matthys and the other from Mr. Stokes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, maybe let me get straight into it. Yes, Olisa.
Chair, my name is Mondli.
Hello. Yes,
How are
you? Honorable Gungubele, I'm very well. How are you?
I'm on a different device. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you? Yeah. No, I'm not sure if the minister's apology has been extended. He's attending cabinet this morning.
I have not received it yet, but we will take it, Deputy Minister. We will take that apology from the Minister.
There's a cabinet meeting this morning.
Okay. Thank you. Hajira, please note the apology from Minister Malat. Thank you, DM. DM, you should have then stayed on the floor because the very first agenda item is a follow-through from yesterday. Before, like we would have ordinarily done, before handing over to ICASA in particular to respond, we would have invited you for any reflections, if there were any that you wanted to share. And before you come in, DM, can I just check with the Secretariat if we've confirmed the presence of the Competition Commission as well?
We have, Chairperson. Thank you.
Right. Deputy Minister, please may I request that you lead us and then ICASA can take over from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I don't want to be long. DG is here to, of course, you've got ICASA, you've got the Competition Commission. At the risk of being like a scratched record, I think yesterday, honorable members would have observed the huge challenge that confronts the oversight work of the ICASA as a regulation. And then looking at that from the perspective of the ICT sector as a key lever present in the future of our economy. and why this country has to be apace with the globe before it is caught up at a state of being irrelevant. And for us to be apace, we need to be aligned with the global standard. And both in many ways, for instance, if you look at the vision of ICASA, of ensuring that the entire country is connected and in a meaningful way. And for that to happen, ICASA has a responsibility to make sure that the environment for that purpose is in place. But having said that, I'm sure all our members will have realized the issue of resources has become very huge. For ICASA, it's not a demand for the sake of demand. They have become essential for ICASA to do its work. But maybe it's a matter for another day. Like I said yesterday, maybe ICASA might come back. I've not discussed that with them. Come back to the portfolio committee to say where are the benefits of them getting the resources they need, and what is the cost of not doing so. Having said all that, I think, Honorable Chair, the members, both as questions and comments, we're actually taking the exercise to a higher level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. Can I then invite the chairperson of ICASA? I saw that he is present in the meeting. Chairperson?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Chair, please don't follow the lead of the DM. I forgot to remind the DM that when we are on virtual platform, in fact, I'm reminding all speakers, when we are on virtual platform, Parliament TV takes a very dim view of us not having our videos due to the fact that committee meetings should be broadcast. Thank you, DM. I see you there. Thank you. Okay, so the speaker should have their video on. Thank you so much. Thank you, DM. Thank you, Chairperson Muthibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members, colleagues.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. So the approach in responding to the questions that were posed by honorable members, including yourselves, we have grouped. It's actually going to be 5 themes that we'll be approaching. The first grouping, it's going to be questions that were asked around cost to communicate. I will have my colleague Owen Mhlanga, who will take members through all the questions that related to cost to communicate. We have grouped a number of questions under engineering and technology. Mr. Philemon Molefe will take you through on those questions and answers. Then we've identified questions that relates to licensing and compliance. Figile Thongani will do that, will take over that. Then the CEO, Siamo, will take members through you, Chair, on organizational and financial issues that were raised. And the last theme, which I will address, it will be on NDP 2030 and the geopolitics. So those will be the 5 presenters in that order, Chair. If you allow me, I will ask Mr. Owen Mhlanga to start with all questions that relates to cost to communicate. And when he's done, he will hand over to Mr. Molefe in that order. Thank you very much. Owen, can you please? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. I hope my video is visible.
We see you. Thank you.
Yeah. So to begin with the questions on cost to communicate, the first question which was posed, there was a question on whether there is a target price as far as the cost communicated is concerned. That on ICASA's journey, what then is that target price which we are focusing? And the response to that is that the issue of cost to communicate reduction is a continuous process. So you don't necessarily target a price, but the measure which you target is actually of affordability. And that affordability, when you measure it by the quantum of amount of monthly income, which then the households are spending on broadband services. And the universal threshold, which is usually used to measure that, is the 2%, which is set by the UN Broadband Commission. So if you look at the latest studies, for example, the one from ITU, the 2023 latest study, which actually split that expenditure into two, between mobile only and then fixed only. South Africa on mobile only, currently our households are spending 1.65% of their monthly salaries on consuming broadband services, and that is below the 2% threshold. And then on fixed, South Africa actually sits at 4.15%, which is way above the 2% threshold. So those are the areas then which we need then to focus on as a CASA, where then we assess the value chain of providing broadband services to ensure that we can have those interventions, the projects which we presented yesterday for cost to communicate, and identify some which then can help reduce the cost of providing the service, and also increase competition into the market to make sure that then the prices go down. So if you compare that with our peers, so on mobile only, you find that like the country which has which has got the best score is actually Mauritius, which is sitting at 0.71%, and then the country with the worst measure as far as the expenditure is concerned is the DRC, which actually where it spent 10.17% of their monthly salaries consuming broadband only.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mhlanga, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You seem to be reading from somewhere. Is it not possible for you to share that with us? Because the numbers that you're rattling off, we are not able to follow properly. Thanks.
Okay, let me try to share the stuff which I'm reading on. From my side, is saying the host disabled the sharing of the screen. So if I'm able to share my screen, I might need.
You are able to share now?
Okay, I'm able to share now. So the slide which I'm presenting on. Okay, so these are figures which I'm talking about. I'm not sure if members can see then the slide of the figures which I'm talking about. So the numbers which I was presenting are on bullet 2. So basically on bullet 2, the threshold is supposed to be 2%. So so that's the measure which we use for affordability. So as citizens, we just measure that in terms of your household income, how much of that are you spending on broadband services? So if then it's above 2%, it's considered that it's too expensive and unaffordable. If it's below 2%, then it's acceptable. So according to the current study now, which has tried to benchmark, which has tried to rank us at South Africa with our peers, so far as South Africa, for mobile only, our citizens are spending 1.65% of their monthly income on consuming mobile broadband services. And if you compare with our peers in the region, for example, if you see on Mauritius, it's got the best ranking because it only spends 0.71% of their monthly income on consuming mobile broadband services, of which DRC is the worst, which then sitting at 10.17. Then if you look at the fixed broadband services, our citizens are spending 4.15% of their monthly income consuming the fixed broadband services. And if you compare our ranking, the best in that category is Seychelles, which is sitting at 1.11% of expenditure as far as fixed mobile is concerned, and the worst in that category, it's Madagascar. And then there was also a question on why are MVNOs able to charge, like ShopRite, able to charge lower prices as far as broadband services are concerned as compared to MNOs. So the reason for that is in twofold. So the first reason for that is because if you look MVNOs, they've got lower overhead cost as compared to MNOs. So in terms of providing the service to retail customers, they experience a lower cost structure because of the lower overheads as compared to MNOs. And the other reason as well is the MVNOs do not necessarily take the provision of that service as their core business. So they use it as a complementary product, which they just use to attract customers, so they can issue that product at a highly discounted charge, so as to actually retain customers to their core business. So if you look, for example, ShopRite is using the same strategy. FNB Connect was also using the same strategy. So those are the two reasons why which necessitates MVNOs tend to charge lower prices than the ones raised by mobile network operators. There was also a question on whether ICASA has got a partnership with universities and research institutions. The answer to that is yes. Currently, we have got MOUs in place where we have collaborative research in areas of common interest with various research institutes. We also have relationships with various universities as far as training and capacity building is concerned, where we have tailor-made programs, programs, and examples of that are the ones we have with the University of Pretoria, University of Wits, and we also had one with Stellenbosch as far as our SM Senior Management Development Program is. We also have an MOU with also CSIR, that is for research, and also we have relationships also with international organizations in areas of either of training capacity building or areas of research as far as common areas are concerned. But however, I should hasten to say that we are still in the process of engaging other universities to make sure that that initiative covers all universities within South Africa, whether in terms of research or in terms of capacity building. And then the other question, then the other question was actually a clarity on the role of ICASA versus Competition Commission. So basically, ICASA's focus is mainly on ex-ante regulation, whilst the Competition Commission's focus is ex-post regulation. So basically, some of the contacts which happen in the market, for example, if there are issues of excessive pricing and some issues of abuse of dominance, which fall within the purview of Competition Commission, even if they are brought to us, we actually refer them to Competition Commission. However, if you look at the presentation made by the Competition Commission yesterday, so on almost all the cases which I cited, it's cases which we have discussed and we have also gave input to. So those are the areas we refer to the concurrent jurisdiction. So us as the sector, a regulator always give inputs in market inquiries, which then affect the industry which we are regulating. So maybe what I can also add that if you look, for example, the data inquiry, which Competition Commission concluded in 2018-19, we actually gave a lot of input to that, to the extent that even ICASA then we had to pause our market inquiry to enable the Competition Commission to finish the work which they were doing. That's like by the time we started ours, we're piggybacking on the work which the Competition Commission has done. Hence, if the two reports, as far as the data, the broadband service market is concerned, they are aligned, and even the conclusions which were made thereon are aligned. So that helped us to have a coordinated approach in terms of how then we're implementing interventions into the market. I think that was all as far as the cost to communicate from my side. Chair, I'll hand over to the chair of ICASA.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlanga. Chairperson, the next item. You are muted, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I was saying, Chair, that we will be providing a written response to the committee. So we thought today, because we're still engaging with yourselves, if there are any additional clarity so that we give you a finally clean response. But thank you very much. Then the next, if we don't have questions, Chair, it will be Mr. Philemon Molefe, who will then take us through on issues that relates to spectrum and quality of service and all the engineer-related questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable committee members. I don't know if you can see me. My video is on.
We can't see you, Mr. Molefe. It's totally dark where you are. Now we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, in terms of what I'm supposed to share with the committee in response to some of the questions which were raised, I think the first one it's related to the spectrum auction. There was a question which relates to the cost as to how much it cost the authority to conduct the 2022 auction. So I must upfront request for indulgence from the committee in the sense that we will revert with the actual figures. But the cost relates to the appointment of the service provider, which was procured to conduct competition assessment, including the auction process itself, providing the consultant software, legal fees for external legal firm, publication of the ITA, facilities for the auction, and the auditing services. Of course, that also is going to include the activity cost-based for the ICASA staff, which were involved in conducting this auction. So we're going to need to revert with the actual figures, Chair, as we respond in writing to this particular question. And then the other question which I was supposed to respond to is question number, in our list of questions, is question number 9. It pertains to the questions regarding the challenges in respect of network. I must make the committee aware is that usually there's a lot of people gathering at the SONA event, and the network is bound to be affected by the lack of capacity. And then therefore, usually it's prudent that the additional capacity in a form of additional or temporary base stations are deployed at the SONA event. Nonetheless, national events such as the SONA usually matters relating to security and communications are coordinated at net joints level. There is a procedure developed there to manage the mobile network coverage complaints. However, on that day of the SONA, no complaints were flagged or reported or lodged to the net joints. As a result, those complaints were not flagged on the day to the MNOs so that they can resolve them. Because usually the MNOs are also present at the SONA events. So this was an unfortunate event. Usually doesn't happen. So just to give the committee a sense as to what might have happened there. Usually it's well coordinated when it comes to SONA or international events. And then the next question was pertaining to the quality service. In particular, the question was what outreach has been done by ICASA to communicate and to empower the communities, especially in rural areas. What I can report to the committee is that the authority on a quarterly basis conducts consumer activations campaign which mostly is focused on the rural parts of South Africa. This is aimed to empowering consumers in addition to the authority also partaking or participating in the presidential and provincial imbisos. Usually, the authority is present on those events just to provide some guidance to rural communities, depending where they are. And the next one is the next question was in relation to rural connectivity. So I will share with the committee in terms of what the ICASA is doing to improve broadband connectivity in the rural areas. We have developed a dynamic spectrum access framework. Usually that framework is to exploit the spectrum in the broadcasting bands and all other bands that are non-broadcasting. This is to ensure that we enable rural broadband connectivity in the rural areas. And then just to share with what ICASA has done, in 2018, ICASA published the TV white space regulatory framework that enable broadband connectivity in the rural areas. They were using the TV white spaces. And then what I can share with the committee is that about 9 SMMEs have come on board and providing broadband connectivity in the rural areas. And then in terms of the current plans, ICASA will be publishing a draft dynamic spectrum access framework. This is pertaining to using the bands beyond broadcasting. Those are used for TV broadcasting. And by the end of the next financial year, ICASA will have finalized the final dynamic spectrum access framework for those bands. That will also add in terms of enabling the broadband connectivity in the rural areas. And then hopefully this will allow more SMMEs to take part and provide broadband, increased broadband connectivity in the rural areas. I'll pause there, Chair. Thank you very much. And then over to the Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and honorable members. That would have been the engineering and technology questions. I'm now going to request Ausfikile Hlongwane to take us through licensing issues. That includes one of the questions with one of the LEO operators and compliance issues. Ausfikile, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is my screen showing my face showing, Chair?
Yes, Madam.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Chairperson of ICASA. So the first question that I need to deal with related to the Starlink issue. That will be followed by the second question relating to the subscription services, two subscription services that were mentioned that have since, whose licenses have since expired. And the last question relates to the actual allocations emanating of PSIs, emanating from the 2022 auction. So in relation to the question about Starlink,
Honorable Mkhaga, sorry, Councillor. Honorable Mkhaga, please mute. Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Mkhaga, usiphe nathi nyama, thank you. Ms. Hlongwane, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So the question from the committee was, other than Starlink, aren't there any players that can provide, similar services? So the response is, there are other players. And as Chair has just indicated, there are those who have LEO constellations that offer satellite services. Just to name 2 or 3, those would be OneWeb, Viasat, and Amazon, sorry. So in relation to the second question from the committee, to say they note that from our presentation, we indicated that Super 5 Media as well as ODM, their licenses expired. And the question was, what exactly does that mean? So what that means is that the terms of a license for both entities had come to an end, and they did not lodge their renewal application in accordance with the prescripts or the legislative and regulatory prescripts provided for in terms of the governing statutes or documents from ICASA. So that's what that means, Chair. And the last question related to the committee stated that they want to understand the allocations that have been, the allocations to each and every licensee emanating from the 2022 auction. So, Chair, I would like to just clarify something before I give those figures. We have universal service obligations. Those are legacy obligations prior to the auction. And those were, I'll use the word loosely, given to licensees, to connect mainstream schools for people with disabilities, and so on and so forth. So those are legacy universal service obligations. However, in terms of the auction, what we have allocated, or rather in terms of the license conditions that were issued by the authority in January 2024, the amended licenses, we have, as Chair yesterday has correctly indicated, we have what we call social obligations. And for purposes of this meeting and for record purposes, Chair, I know we are not beaming, but we can always provide that table to the committee. I'm just going to read them out for purposes of a record today. So we have Telkom. Telkom was allocated 2,290 schools, 474 government clinics, 126 government hospitals, 81 libraries, and 106 traditional offices. We have Liquid Telecoms. In terms of school, they were allocated 218. In terms of government clinics, 45. In terms of government hospitals, 12. 8 in terms of libraries, and 10 traditional offices. The next one is RAIN. They were allocated 2,181 schools, 452 government clinics, 120 government hospitals, 77 libraries, and 101 traditional offices. Then we have MTN. They were allocated 5,452 schools, 1,129 government clinics, 301 government hospitals, 193 libraries, 253 traditional offices. And lastly, Vodacom. They were allocated 5,998 schools, 1,242 government clinics, 331 hospitals, 212 libraries, and lastly 279 traditional offices. So, Chair, these are the allocations for which the licensees need to attain 50% by 31 March of this year. And as per our presentation yesterday, we will be able to provide an update of the number that has been allocated post to the licensee making their submissions in April, indicating the number that have been allocated, in order for the authority to then report to say, in terms of what was allocated, X licensee has been able to connect X, and so on and so forth. And we have indicated, there are indications that by the 31st of March, licensees would not have attained the 50% that is required. And when we receive those reports, Chairperson, and in the event that the committee then would request the authority to report on a progress, it is only after we would have received that report, Chair, in April, that we would be able then to apprise the committee to say, of the 50% that had that each entity is required to attain, this is what they have achieved, and what has not been achieved, should that be the case, the reasons are as follows. So thank you, Chair. I will stop there and hand back over to the Chairperson of ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, honorable members. I will then allow our CEO, Siamo, just to take us through issues that relates to our organization, the tools that we require, including the financials and the funding model. Thank you. CEO, over to you.
Are they coming on, Chair?
Hello, Chairperson. The CEO, she's, I think, talking to the Secretariat. Audio and video were not enabled, so she's asking just for a second. But just to save time, let me then chip in with the geopolitics and issues relating to information security and the NDP 2030. Chairperson and members, yesterday we were asked a question on whether are we confident that we will achieve the NDP 2030. One of the objectives is to avail broadband services to all South Africans. Our response, Chair, it's a very important question, but in terms of our response, there are a number of other dependencies on the issue around the National Development Plan. At the moment, we do have a plan through the structures like our Rapid Deployment Committee under the leadership of Councillor Mushi in our institution. We will be looking at how we can accelerate some of the challenges that we're facing with way leaves, access to sites, because when we talk about NDP achievement, it will require that not only us availing spectrum for licenses to deploy networks, but it will require the very same licenses to have access to sites and the issues around electricity. So it's going to be an integrated approach program. So that would have been my response at the moment, Chair. But in terms of committing as an authority, what I can commit is we will avail spectrum. But availing spectrum does not necessarily say that by 2030, all South Africans will have access to broadband. There are those other dependencies that I've indicated. But we will come back, I think in Q1, it is our intention to bring all the players in one room so that we can have an NDP implementation plan proper, which we can present to the committee. Then with regards to the geopolitics surrounding data centers, again, Chair, the data center theme in South Africa, as an authority, we don't have a direct authority in terms of licensing as per our legislative framework. But safe to say that what we could advise the committee through you, Chair and honorable members, SITA, the State Information Technology Agency, we are of the opinion that when it comes to data storage, information security that relates to government, I think SITA will be the best institution to could guide the committee on how currently government information is stored, who are the people who've got access to government information, and the manipulation, anything relating to what the policy that the DCDT has enacted. The good news is because we do have the cloud data policy in the country, so the prescripts within the policy should be able to guide an institution like SITA on how government information should be managed. In relation to private sector, we are aware that there are geopolitical issues relating to data centers, because when you drive around, especially in Gauteng or even in the Western Cape, there are a number of buildings that are popping where you see that it's a data center. So inside the data center, as we know, there are those servers, there's software, and there's owners. It's an environment that, unfortunately, at the moment, we are out of bounds, but what we could tell is because we are dealing with multiple countries, it's an area that we as an authority, even though we don't have direct, we've got an interest just to know exactly on how data flows in the country and how data comes into South Africa, because all the points of presence in our different landing stations, some of the players, if they have those licenses, then they should. That's where, as an authority, we come in. There are issues, obviously, in terms of who then manage the information, what kind of information is stored in our data centers in South Africa. That goes to the question which we're asked about how traffic is being managed in and outside South Africa. At the moment, we know we've got those undersea cables in partnership, obviously, with some of the companies that are managing those undersea cables. It's one subject as an authority, Chair, that we are going to be expanding our stakeholder engagement just to make sure that we better understand on how, as a country, we are protecting our landing stations where we get international traffic. So if you could allow us, Chair and honorable members, this is actually an involved discussion, and we will be engaging with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, including some of our security clusters, so that as part of our review of our information security, cyber security, then this becomes a theme of focus. So that will be my response to the two questions that were asked by honorable members yesterday, Chair. Once more, thank you very much. And, oh, yes, Chair, I think there was an issue around security around our systems within the authority. I can attest, Chair, we currently run information awareness programs within the authority. I think this is one area that, even as a chair, I'm quite confident and happy that through the office of our Chief Information Officer, we engage staff through what I could call awareness tests. So we get to ask all our staff members to respond to those spontaneous questions about their knowledge on Wi-Fi, their knowledge on how to access data from any other institution, whether you are in a restaurant, etc. So this is the kind of an outreach program that we have. In relation to our systems as well, the information that we have for all our licenses It is being stored in an environment that is controlled. So we do have controls in terms of accessing license information, personal information of our licensees. And this is done within the ambit of POPIA. And I'm glad to inform you, Chair, that one of the intervention, the CIO, obviously in partnership with these other colleagues, we are actually going to be doing our risk assessment around POPI. So it's one of the programs that in terms of our ICT governance framework, we are now making sure that we don't just look at our internal systems, but even for our licensees, through the standards that are now currently being approved internationally, we will be engaging through the Department of Communication, through the CSRR, to make sure that when people talk about the zero trust architecture for networks, even the users, they get that assurance that when networks are built, there is an element of protecting your information as a subscriber. So what we have not done in the past is to publish a cybersecurity standard that is acceptable for networks when they are constructed. So that is the good work that we'll be doing. But as I said, this will be in our new financials, where we'll engage with all our licensees just to make sure that as a country, ICASA through our ECA, we are empowered to can set up a standard. And one of the standards that will be fast tracking to safeguard, even to improve what we already have, it's around the issue of cybersecurity. So that's how one would have then responded to the question asked by members yesterday. Thank you very much, Chair. If you allow me, I can then ask the CEO then to close with the last issues on organizational excellence, financial, and funding. Thank you very much. CEO, I hope you're fine now. I hand over to you through the chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DM. Let me acknowledge your presence, DG, and everyone on the platform. Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, for indulging me. Apologies, I was challenged for a minute there. Chair, I thought it's important that we reflect on the relationship that we're having with Treasury and the process that we employ to request for funds. And the process really begins when we submit our needs around September or August every year, obviously through the DCDT as mandated, Chair. We then go to Treasury together. And I must say that especially last year's process, we really were commending the team with DG, that we really did very, very well. It's a collaborative effort that we are using. So we go to Treasury, Chair, with a long list of needs. But as you would appreciate that the fiscus is not doing well, the economy is not doing well, we are often told that we need to prioritize that from a list of 10 or so that you provide to Treasury. You need to reprioritize and say, what is it that you can't do without? From the ICASA perspective, we did reprioritize 3 areas, and I would like to take you into confidence so that you understand why the 3 were prioritized, Chair. And the first one was around the procurement of a system to load all the applications for licenses and to also make sure that whoever that applies eventually is being given a license after we do the due diligence and the compliance checks. So that system is called the ASMS system. We did speak to Treasury to say that that is a revenue generation system, because if you don't have that, we are going to go back to a point, Chair, where we were manually processing applications. You could imagine the nightmare at a time. So we were quite relieved to have a system. But I must say that from 2019 to now, we could do with what we had at the time, and the system is not necessarily fulfilling the needs that we're having. There's a number of issues that we're having with the system. It's very old, and we were saying to Treasury, without this system, we really are losing revenue, because this is your revenue stream as the country. We also requested Treasury to give us money for what we call a monitoring compliance system, Chair. Yesterday, the committee was not pleased with us when we really outlined how we do our drive tests. and monitor the quality of service. You ask us all the time, why don't we have network? Why is the network performance so poor? As we said to yourselves, we're reliant on us driving around small radius of distance, and whatever measurements that we are using with the equipment that we're having is very archaic, and most often not reliable. That also causes tension between us and the operators. And again, you would appreciate that immediately there's a disagreement, we take into court. So that system was supposed to make sure that, Chair, we therefore interface with the systems that your operators are using, so that reliably and independently we get the information straight from their system, and we don't necessarily rely on what we're having, which doesn't cover much. The third part that we spoke to Treasury about was the budget for the upcoming second phase of the auction. And I must say, Chair, of the 3 reprioritized needs, they only came back to us, DG would confirm what I'm saying, and said the only funds that they're going to avail to ICASA is the money for the auction. And we understand where they're coming from, because they're looking at what is it that would generate more money and faster for the fiscus. We appreciate that that is an auction, but our immediate need now would be, one, on the ASMS side, just to make sure that all the license applications that are coming in, we create efficiency and we make sure that the information is complete. But more importantly, Chair, that we don't miss out on any opportunity to generate even more revenue for the country. So we're sitting with that feedback that says from the 3, you're only getting money for 1, which is the auction that we're looking at, making happen probably 2026, 2027, thereabout. So that's where we are. And I did speak about the relationship that we're having with DG and DDG Shalembe. We worked very well together. What is it that we're going to do from our side as the authority, Chair? And where are the quick wins? There are quick wins, and you would recall that when we did your orientation, I did speak about a section in our Act 15A1 that then says, in the interim, the Minister of Communications does have the power, together with the Minister of Finance, to say, we can appropriate additional funds for you to do that which you need to do. So that, Chair, we deal with whatever constraints that we talked about. It doesn't help that when you look at our APP, Chair, is very fat. But when you look at the capacity in terms of the people and the skill sets and the knowledge, and as you know, we are knowledge-based in relation with the budget that we're having, that doesn't match. So that is a big, big problem for us. But we were saying that we want to remind you as a committee, 15.1A, if you could assist us from our end to really have those discussions even at your level. We are going to be giving you the business case, because there is a funding model committee that Chair spoke about yesterday, where we have benchmarked with the like-minded regulators locally. We are going to do our international benchmark, but obviously, because we don't have much money, we'll do your Africa and other regulators where we're having the relationship, so that when we come back, we bring the report. You therefore have a holistic picture of what is it that's going on around the world and how are other regulators making it. We are proposing, Chair, from our end, a hybrid model where we are saying that whatever that we are generating for the fiscus, allow us at least to retain a certain percentage, so that we attain the autonomy that we so require as the regulator, and we can regulate effectively and in a better manner. So that's just about Treasury. I thought, let me go to town a bit, Chair, and please pardon me, just to give you a sense of what we've done, what worked, what is it that hasn't worked, and what are the future plans that we're having from our end to make sure that we improve the status quo. I'm not going to touch on the safety of our system, because it's a critical point, because Chair spoke to it, Chair, except to add maybe a bit and say that we're not going to sit here before the committee and say to you, ICASA systems are not capable of being penetrated or hacked. We live in an era where we know cybersecurity is very alive. But what we are doing continuously, Chair, is to make sure that we conduct the vulnerability testing, we do the penetration testing, just to make sure that whatever threats that we pick up are attended to very timeously, Chair, as we move on. But Chair Ramusi did talk to that issue, so I'm quite comfortable, and thank you, Chair Ovikasa, for doing that. Chair, maybe lastly, let me speak around the issue on collaboration. Yesterday, you had the COMCOM appear before you. We want to remind you that as much as we realize that there's a lot of things that we need to do and that we can't do because of budget limitations and other policy issues, there is an opportunity for us that we are exploring. And this is through the recently established or launched Regulators Forum, where we're having your ZEDNA, your Information Regulator, and FPB. We want to expand this platform to also bring in COMCOM, to also bring in your National Consumer Council, just to make sure that in our regulating in the public interest, we really cover more. We make sure that there are no duplication of efforts. We create efficiencies, Chair, and we share the necessary knowledge that we ought to share with the regulators. I think the other questions have been responded to quite well, Chair. I'm going to end it here. Otherwise, if there is a need for me to come back, I'll happily do so. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Chairperson, any final words?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Again, thanks for the opportunity. I think, Chair, members, and DM, that now gives you an overview of the programs, the opportunities that are before the authority. And I think I just wanted to re-emphasize a need perhaps to understand the problem statement that we are trying to address as an authority for the country. And I think we have demonstrated since yesterday, Chair, even from our response, that we are committed to adhere to the principles that are enshrined within our legislative framework. But what is quite evident, the mandate of the authority, in order for us to satisfy a government mandate, there's a need for us to put together a well-articulated business case, which, as the CEO has indicated now, will be engaging with the DCDT, Treasury, and will take advantage of Section 15.1 in terms of our current legislative framework in ICASA, so that we can go back again to Treasury and remotivate our existence. And when it comes to us addressing all the complaints, opportunities that industry is looking for in this country, we are then able to respond. So funding and skills and communicating exactly what the authority ought to be doing, it's what will take us into the next phase. But let me again take the opportunity to thank on behalf of the authority, the opportunity to basically engage with yourself. And thank you very much to my colleagues and those that are back in the office. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, the CEO, councillors, all officials who presented. I did have a request for follow-ups, but I need us to manage time quite quickly. So, quite tightly. So what I'm going to ask in 5 minutes, no more, any members who have a follow-up, be direct straight to the question. And then Councillor Ramusi, you will not be expected to respond now. But when you give us your written submission, please take into account the follow-ups. I know that there was a bit of confusion around some of the issues. The honourable members have been saying so. So I'm going to take Honourable Subrathi, Honourable Sithole after him. Direct, gentlemen, please, to the point. 10:10, we need to move off this topic. And Honourable Vilakazi. In that order, please, Honourable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me get straight into the question. Chairperson, the question regarding cost to communicate, I didn't find that to be very clear. I still found the figure that we're looking for to be quite elusive. The committee wanted to know, give us a figure that ordinary South Africans can relate to. And I've heard that we will be getting a written responses. So we've heard about percentages of income spent on communication, but really we are looking for a figure taking into account the African context. So I would just wish to note that figure hasn't been clarified. Chairperson, I want to note that what appears to be, this is the first time I've become privy to the allocation of to the various telcos and licensees of their universal obligations, of the allocations of the various state institutions that they were to service. But what I note is that I sense is a lack of ongoing monitoring by the authority of these obligations that these entities had to fulfill. Hence, we've got the heads up that possibly by 31st of March, it might not be met. This begs to question that what is the process in the interim? Is there no monitoring at all? And perhaps that's a weakness we need to look at. Chairperson, I'd like to also just quickly reflect very quickly on the issue of spectrum and the forthcoming sale that's been alluded to. And maybe we need to be educated as how much of spectrum is a national asset. How much of spectrum does the country have? How much of it has been mined and kept away, and how long will it last us? And possibly, Chairperson, we might want to talk about the concept of ring-fencing a portion of the proceeds of the spectrum for key interventions within the ICT sector, including ICASA. Chairperson, lastly, we understand that SABC is being challenged. And one of the challenges they have in terms of licensing fees is OTTs, who are really coming into the market without any revenue. So maybe a question, and this doesn't need to be dealt with now, but my question would be, what is the authority doing in terms of OTT regulating the environment with this intention that they are coming into our market, taking away our viewership, selling to our consumers? But what kind of revenue can we get out of those OTTs? And lastly, Chairperson, is I didn't ask this question yesterday. A very burning issue is AI and AI regulations. We are still in an unregulated environment in terms of AI. I will be keen to know what is the authority doing in terms of bringing us closer to regulating AI. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you and members and the officials. Mine is just a follow-up on the issue of allocation licenses, because it doesn't actually tell us if they can break down per province or per district, so that we can know and make our follow-up when they are saying they do this in our traditional leadership. Because sometimes if you go to office of the leadership, it seems that there is no connection on their offices. So now, if that one can be clarified, and the other one, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of fundings, because if they develop a relationship between the treasurer, so that they can actually have a way of getting funds, because it is unfair if they don't get fund from government. I think, Honorable Chairperson, those two are very crucial to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jobe. Honorable Vilakazi, and then Honorable Chauke Adonis, you'll be the last. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. I firstly just want to acknowledge...
We missed you yesterday. You said that you would have been so happy with the presentation from ICASA. The graphics were beautiful. You were sorely missed.
I'll have to watch the recording, and my apologies for yesterday. But Chair, firstly, just thank you for the presentation to ICASA. And then I wanted to mention two things as well that stood out for me. The first is the expected underperformance of these entities that have been tasked with rollout of the various functions. I mean, why is it? How has it come to happen that we know there's going to be underperformance? We're expecting it. Are there compelling reasons? Could ICASA let us know what it is that was not possible to correct along the way? up until such time that when it comes time to report, we are going to report under performance. Also, just on the question of regulation, and Honorable Subrati mentioned this, but I remember when I was chatting with the Film and Publications Board, they have a dispute, for example, with certain organizations that are saying some of what the FPB considers to be its responsibility, the entities concerned are saying, no, it's under ICASA, they are regulated by ICASA. But what I think is important in the regulatory space, and ICASA can perhaps play a role here, is just clarifying who is responsible for what. Because what then happens is things fall through the cracks, MNOs get away, MNOs or whatever other entities get away with murder, and the people that are worst affected at the end of the day is the population. And then just finally, I can believe, Chair, that I would have been impressed by ICASA's presentation. I'm always impressed by ICASA. I love the professionalism. I love the fact that they seem to know what they are doing. And I, for one, am in full support of their request that we support them when they request this change in funding model. I don't know, Chair, how else then we expect ICASA to raise funds if we are saying we're limiting them funds from the fiscus, yet we are not allowing them to keep a portion of what they raise. They are raising funds, which is much better than many other government entities are doing. So I think for my part, just to the ICASA team, to let you know that I would support any initiative, I think, that says ICASA should be able to keep some of its income in order to ensure its own sustainability and effectiveness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vilagazi. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to honorable members and also members of ICASA for the presentation in terms of responding to the questions that arose. I think mine have been greatly covered, but I think one would want to have an understanding of the segregated data that speaks to the license allocation for SMME. So these would be more of the smaller institutions or startups and how those get licensed in by ICASA. But additionally, the ones that were mentioned, such as your telecoms, etc., and RAIN, is there any form of regulation in terms of how they work with smaller businesses for them to be able to meet these targets that have been set? Additionally, it was indicated that there would be targets that would not then be met. One would want to really raise to say, were there risk analysis that were made ahead of time, and were these expected, or at which point did we then realize that the targets would then not be met, and are there any mitigation or strategies or plans in place to sort of try and fast track or close the gap instead of leaving it to widen, close the gap to how many targets we're able to achieve, or ICASA is able to achieve with its various institutions and service providers. Lastly, I'd want to find out, in terms of segregated data again, what is the real allocation when it comes to women who are being licensed, youth who are being licensed, persons with disabilities, national interest groups who are being licensed, just so that we have sort of a broad overview of this. But I think what has been presented by ICASA is quite progressive, insightful as well. And I think even the business funding model, it's one to be appreciated and supported, but I think it needs more reinforcement to be added onto it. But also, how do we ensure that there is a reasonable and adequate accountability for those that they give license to and expect to meet their targets? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke Adonis and all members. Chairperson, I think you have heard all of those issues. I'm not going to repeat them, but we are requesting that your written submission to please reach us at the latest by Wednesday next week. As indicated, some of your responses are also going to help us in our engagement with the MNOs. So especially the challenges around the implementation of the universal services obligations. You had indicated in an earlier presentation that you have a PMO. So if there are problems there, we want to know. We've heard that there's challenges with duplication or MNOs being given schools that they were not doing the last time, and then there was another MNO. So we really, really need to get that information as speedily as possible. Let me thank you because we are going to fast run out of time if we give you an opportunity to respond there. I want to take the Competition Commission very quickly so then we can then proceed with the business of the day. May I check? I know yesterday we were joined by Ms. Tsebe and Mr. Gwabeni. I'm not sure if they're on the platform, Secretariat.
Good day, Chairperson. We did send an invite and we did call. I just want to check if they're on another name. There's someone, Chair.
Chair.
They are on the
Chair,
platform.
I
Yes,
am on the
there's
platform. It's Doris Tsebe, Chair. I hope
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
You are
Thank you very
welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm going to, there were three broad issues and then specific questions. One was on data pricing, and I'll deal with that. Unfortunately, none of the team could join today, Chair, hence I'm here by myself. So there were issues on data pricing. I'll deal a little bit with that. There was a question, Chair, on consolidation, which you raised. And then there were issues also on conditions, particularly public interest conditions, what they are, how do we monitor them, and how do we deal with complaints where there are breaches, and I'll deal with that. And then there were other specific questions, Chair, which I will deal with broadly. Just to say, Chair, you'll recall yesterday in the presentation, we did say that the digital services market inquiry did find that mobile data prices were excessively high, and that OpenServe wholesale fiber prices were high. I think there is a research ICT Africa, which publishes an index to track pricing levels across the continent. And in their 2024 index that they produced in September last year, Chair, they placed South Africa at number 31 out of the 44 countries on the continent. So although, as we have stated yesterday, that the intervention that happened, particularly the immediate pricing reduction that the MNOs agreed to, which following the reductions that came from challengers did reduce pricing of data, that pricing is still high. And you can see from these sort of indices that there is still a concern about pricing. The recommendations the recommendation that we did, Chair, that I spoke about yesterday relating to amendment of this ECA to deal with price competition is still a significant issue, Chair, that we still need to make sure that amendment to the Act is done. But more broadly, there needs to be competition within the sector. And that is what drives a price competition and reduction in prices. And if we do not have competition on the in the sector, you are going to see increase in prices, or prices not going down low enough. So that was the one thing I wanted to mention, Chair. And then in relation, Chair, to consolidation, I think, Chair, the issue from a competition point of view, from a competition commission point of view, is that We have allowed for mergers, which will be a form of consolidation that happens in the market, particularly among small players within the market. But where the mergers are among dominant players, which may have anti-competitive effect, then in terms of the Act, as we assess those mergers, there might be concerns because that may have implication just on the competition level in the industry, but also price for consumers and quality and service for the consumers. So broadly, consolidation is not prohibited, but it is where it has anti-competitive effects where we will have concerns, and we will then deal with it in that way. So I think it's a more broader issue that we deal with. And in the sector and elsewhere, Chair, I think in Europe there was a report that was done on the consolidation of the sector in particular, and that where there has been a high concentration level, we see the effects on pricing. So our Act requires us to, when we are looking at a measure, to really look into all of that and make sure that measures do not result in anti-competitive effect, and where they do, to look at remedies on how to deal with them. But if you do not have remedies to do so, then you are then required to prohibit the measure. So that is broadly the framework of the Competition Act. In relation to conditions, Chair, so essentially when we have measures, ordinarily what we would do is we publish those measures notification, and where parties want to make submissions to the Commission, they will do so. In relation to remedies, often we engage with third parties who would be affected by the outcome of a measure, or where the remedies would affect them, to get comments from them. And that's how then we formulate the remedies in relation to each one of the concerns we may have, either competition or public interest. And that's how we fashion the remedies, following engagement with third parties who would be affected by any anti-competitive outcome or public interest concern that may arise. Obviously, timelines in terms of the Act requires us to do this within as speedily as possible, I think within the 45-day that we are allocated. And from then on, we engage with the merging parties to see how those conditions can be dealt with. Once we have agreed on the conditions, Chair, in intermediate measures, we publish those in the Gazette, and in relation to large measures, those are then published by the Competition Tribunal. Obviously, where there are confidential issues, those don't get published. But broadly, Chair, in this financial year, we have had procurement obligations, employment obligations, skills development and training obligations, including local content obligation. More broadly, those have been the conditions that we have. We require often for the parties to report to the Commission on conditions that we impose, and on whether they are complying with those. And those are periodic reports, and parties have to report to the Commission in relation to that. But where there are people who are aware of breaches in conditions, those complaints can be lodged with the Competition Commission, and we investigate breaches of conditions, and those are dealt with through our complaint processes. While I'm here, Chair, I will deal with one of the questions that was raised regarding complaints and how they are lodged with the Competition Commission. We have a form online on our website. It's called Form CC1. Any member of the public can complete that form and submit it to the Competition Commission as a mechanism for completion of any complaint that they lodge with the Commission, and any member can do so, and they can do so even anonymously, provided we given all the information that is required to enable us to investigate any complaint, Chair. Chair, then there were some specific questions. One, I think, from Honorable Mogaga in relation to our remedial action in market inquiries and that they are binding. Of course, they are binding, but there has to be checks and balances in relation to our work. And so that is why you have an appeal a mechanism where a person who is affected by our decision may get the competition tribunal to reconsider the decisions that we have made to ensure that it is in line with the with our act, and that's why. But the action, unless challenged, remains binding on the against the party to whom it is made. The other question that was asked was whether Google is implementing the 330 million fund. Yes, they are, Chair, and that is being implemented as we speak. In relation to self-preferencing, I think Honourable Member Bodlani was asking us to explain this. In relation to platforms, it's where a platform essentially favours its own products or services on the platform that are competing against other market players on the system. You'll recall in relation to Take a Lot, we explained that they are the platform, but they have a retail business that operates on that platform. And the issue would essentially be that they would be favoring their retail part as against other third-party market sellers who are performing, who are on their platform. Chair, then there were issues about Temu. Chair, we have been receiving complaints actually as the Commission about Temu and Shein. And just to say, Chair, that we have not been dealing with those, but the concern that Honourable Member Bodlani was asking, SARS has tried to deal with this through customs, because I think our understanding was that both Shein and Temu were exploiting a gap in our customs where they would be sending packages below a certain threshold, and I think SARS is dealing with that by making sure that that loophole is closed. So that is my understanding on how that has been dealt with, Chair. Chair, in relation to the ownership, the Commission conducted levels of concentration in various markets, including in the communication sector, and we dealt with both participation issues in the concentration report that was filed in 2021. It's meant to be updated annually, Chair, and it hasn't been because of COVID, but we are in the process of looking at updating that concentration report. It is on our website, the 2021 report, and that will be dealt with at the time, Chair. Chair, in relation to Honourable So raised the issue on the savings that we spoke about of the 4 billion as a result of the Digital Services Market Inquiry. Chair, that is just a component of the savings. I think the savings, I mean, I take the point about the revenue versus the amount of the savings, but we need to understand that that saving was just in relation to the lower bundles and not the entire reduction in pricing as a result of those interventions. Chair, I think I have covered all the questions, Chair, in relation to the questions that were raised yesterday, Chair. I hope that is fine. Chair, if I may ask that I be excused, I have an 11 o'clock in Pretoria and I'm still in Johannesburg. And so I would really, really appreciate that, Chair, but I hope I've covered most of the questions that you raised, Chair. Thank you.
You have, Ms. Tsebe. Thank you so much. Let's not keep you any further then. I think your responses were pointed and very clear. Madam, just to remind you of our request for the conditions of the transactions in the sector, and if you have any follow-up on that. But thank you so much. Thank you for making the time. Okay, Honorable Lagazi and Honorable Chawuke, please may I ask that you put your hands down? They're a bit distracting. I think it's from the last round of questions. I want to move very quickly to the issue of the panel, the evaluation panel of the ICASA evaluation, performance evaluation. I'm not sure who's leading us in this item, DG. Or Deputy Minister, maybe if you could just speak to that and what needs to be done from Parliament to give effect to the establishment of the evaluation panel.
Can I ask the DG to guide us on that, Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. DG? Is the DG still
muting? I'm still
Yes.
here, sorry. Apologies, Chair, very good morning to you and to all the honorable members. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to ask the Satan if she could be given hosting so that we can just put up the presentation. To indicate, Chair, that the presentation was submitted. The work of the department obviously stems from Section 6 of the ICASA Act, in as far as then the establishment of the performance management system. Firstly, would like to thank the honorable or the previous administration portfolio committee for then having assisted us in terms of the agreement with the establishment of this. The performance management system, we've done some extensive consultation. And we've worked with the ICASA. I think I'm glad that the ICASA chair as well as the ICASA council members are here on the platform. I'm just waiting for the presentation. Thank you very much. If we could just put it up in terms of a presentation mode. So our purpose of our presentation will just basically outline the work that we've done thus far. This morning, I am joined on the platform by DDG Omega Shelembe. He will also assist in terms of taking us through the presentation, along with obviously our experts. We also got the input from our policy branch, and the DDG as well as the chief director are also on the platform. So our presentation will basically provide you with regards to the process that we followed in terms of the appointment of the evaluation panel, and therefore to seek approval for the recommended candidates. I'm hoping, Chair, with your permission or your guidance, you will indicate to us the issues related to the POPI, the personal information. So perhaps at that, just before we get to that stage, I will be guided so that you as well as the portfolio committee can take up that matter as well as the names to it. Chair, there's still a hand. I'm not so sure if it's a new hand or an old hand from the Honorable Chauke Adonis.
DG, I think that was the old hand that Honorable Chauke Adonis had up. My understanding, it was just the recommendation of the names of the panel members, which ordinarily would be things that we would deal with in an open platform. Is there any other information that you think we need to be protecting there?
No, it will just be, perhaps we will omit the slide related to the scores, but we'll just move straight to the names as you so guide.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that permission, then we can then move to the next slide. So as I indicated, we are guided by Section 6 of the CASA Act. With regards
DG, I don't know if it's my network, but we are losing you.
In terms,
can everybody else hear the DG?
The object monitor as well as the is my internet not stable.
It doesn't seem to be DG. You can try again.
Okay, maybe I can ask over and while I fix them.
Thank you, DDG Shelembe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to
DDG
you.
Shelembe.
Yes, thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members, the DM, and the colleagues on the platform. This slide, I think the DG has covered it because it sets out the purpose, really an overview of our presentation. She was on this slide, which talks about where does this performance management system and hence the evaluation panel derive from. And it is in the CASA Act, in the main section 6 capital A, which mandates the minister in consultation with the National Assembly to establish a PMS. And the performance management system really is about accountability, as that the authority is responsible for. If we go to the next slide. So we have captured this in the PMS framework as the objectives of the PMS, which is really to monitor and evaluate the performance of the ICASA chairperson.
My apologies, DDG, my sincere apologies. I don't know how to work a sophisticated Zoom, but maybe you can switch off your video so we can see the presentation, or are other members seeing the presentation? Oh, yes, sorry, it was me. I'm sorry.
On my side, it's...
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Proceed as you are, DDG. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chairperson. So we're tracing it back to the objective of the PMS, or the Performance Management System, as captured in the framework that has already been approved by the National Assembly, or by the Minister in consultation with the National Assembly. Essentially, the PMS then seeks to monitor and evaluate the performance of the CASA chairperson, the councillors individually and collectively as a council. These categories are specified in the CASA Act as they are. And the PMS also sets the key performance indicators as performance benchmarks, which need to be performed against by the chairperson, councillors, and council, and also to enable National Assembly to assess ICASA's leadership And finally, to look at improving governance, transparency, and accountability. Next slide, please. So with respect to the implementation of the framework as we have developed it, it has been developed in consultation with the ICASA councillors, and approval and adoption took place when we submitted to the National Assembly way back in August 2022, and it was adopted by the National Assembly in March 2023. And we have then facilitated as a department the appointment of the evaluation panel, which is again required by law to be appointed by the minister in consultation with the National Assembly. Next slide. Here we're just referring to the relevant section that talks about the evaluation panel, which is section 6 capital A subsection 4 of the CASA Act. The panel will essentially assess the performance of the chairperson, councillors individually and collectively, and the minister in consultation with the National Assembly appoints the panel members. Next slide. In terms of the PMS framework, we said the evaluation panel must consist of somebody with accounting stroke auditing expertise, a representative from civil society or academia, as well as a legal expert, particularly with labor-related experience. Next slide. So we started the recruitment process for the evaluation panel way back in August 2023, where we published in the newspapers, the Sowetan and the Sunday Times, as well as the Government Gazette. In the process, receiving 50 applications or nominations. And then the minister had to appoint a selection committee or the nominations committee, which was to ensure a transparent, merit-based process of the ultimate selection of the members of the panel. The selection committee was constituted by the DG, myself, the chief director in the department, Mr. Colin Mashile, the chairperson of the ZNA board, Ms. Palisa Ligos, and as well as the CEO of NEMISA, Mr. Trevor Ramitlo. Next slide. So having received the 50 odd responses to the call for nominations, six candidates were shortlisted for interviews. Sorry, we have lost the presentation mode. So one of the candidates of the 6 was qualified due to inadequate responses in the interview process. And then the 5, which were considered satisfactory in terms of their responses, were then taken for qualification, criminal check, credit checks, as well as a confirmation of South African citizenship. Next slide. So the proposed candidates then are as follows. Mr. Rajesh Mohabir, who represents the accounting and auditing profession. Ms. Penelope N. Beck, who represents the civil society or academia representatives, as well as Advocate Nimrod Khaurailwe, who represents the legal expertise which is required in the panel. In our assessment, we felt that Miss Princess Mangoma could possibly be an alternate to Mr. Rajesh Mohabir if Mr. Mohabir is not available to take the recommendation. Next slide. So we then go into detail about the experience of each recommended candidate. So Mr. Rajesh Mohabir It has 44 years of financial experience, having held CFO positions in various institutions, including the Walter Sisulu University, the AG of South Africa, and South African National Parks. He is a chartered accountant by profession and a certified internal auditor, and serves on multiple audit and risk committees. Next slide. Ms. Penelope N. Beck also has over 30 years of legal and consumer protection experience. She is the adjudicator, or has an experience as an adjudicator of the National Consumer Tribunal, compensation for occupational injuries and diseases, and community schemes ombud service. She holds a law degree, BA Law, and a Bachelor of Laws, LLB degree from the University of Western Cape. Advocate Nimrod Khauralwe is an experienced corporate legal consultant in governance and compliance matters. He is the former CEO of the South African Board for Sheriffs. He holds a Bachelor of Laws, LLB, and a Master of Laws, LLM, and a higher diploma in company law. Next slide. We then added the experience of Miss Princess Mangoma, whom we felt can be the alternate to Mahabir in the event that he declines the nomination for whatever reason at this stage. And she also has an extensive experience in financial auditing and risk management. And she's a former senior auditor at the Big Four accounting firms, is a chartered accountant by designation, and has expertise in public sector financial oversight. Next slide. So according to the PMS, or the Performance Management System framework, the evaluation panel members are appointed for a period of 3 years, with the possibility of one additional term of reappointment. And according to the Act, as we have indicated, the minister, in consultation with the National Assembly, is designated, must designate one member as the chairperson of the evaluation panel. And the minister recommends that Mr. Rajesh Mahabir be designated as that chairperson of the evaluation panel. So in conclusion, really, we are presenting the evaluation panel appointment process, which we had followed through rigorous and transparent assessment. And we are seeking the Portfolio Committee and the National Assembly approval for the recommended candidates. And once approved, the panel members will commence their duties in assisting us to assess the performance of the ICASA councillors. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG Shelembe. I'm trying to find, sorry, I was just trying to go through the Act. Does the Act specify the skills, competencies that are required of the evaluation panel? Is it prescriptive? I'm sorry, I can't find it here. I was looking for that information. Just quickly, DDG Shelembe.
Chair, it is not prescribed in the Act as to the expertise, but that is the kind of expertise we built in when we created the framework, the PMS framework, but it's not prescribed by law. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable members, can I just check if there's any issues for clarification? This matter is standing over, I think, from September of last year when we came in. I would want to propose that we get any clarity that we require, and thereafter just go through the documents and their report for adoption in our next meeting. I'd like us to just apply our minds a little bit better to this one. Honorable Vilakazi?
Thank you, Chair. It's a follow-up to the question that you just asked about their skills. And I had asked this question as well when we dealt with this matter initially. Also, I recognize that it's late now because we are approving these, we've already got these shortlisted names that we are expected to approve. But my concern, and this goes back even to the ICASA presentation earlier, where it was mentioned that ICASA is knowledge-based. It's a highly technical environment. And then also the DDG mentioned that the primary role of the council is the regulation of these three sectors that are mentioned on the presentation. However, I do not see a qualification, a technical qualification, or even anyone qualified in regulation as a field, as a general field amongst the evaluation panel. Now, this raises concerns for me in regard to how does this serve the organization itself first, but secondly, fairness to the councillors themselves when they are held to account on things that are not core to what they are expected to deliver. So I realize that it's late, but I just want to point out that that is a concern for me, Chair. And maybe there's a reason why technical expertise was not considered key here, and in which case I'd love to understand why that was deemed to be so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much, Chair. I don't know, I somehow do not have a function to raise my hand. Chair, just for clarity, what process flow will this follow? Does this report then go to the National Assembly for a debate, or is it just noted and it is sufficient after being noted in the Portfolio Committee? And Chair, just also on the, I don't want to butcher the name of the person who has been nominated to be the chair. The presentation is also saying they might not be available to take up the position, but subsequently they are recommended for the position of chair. How is the department going to balance that? Are they then going to come back and say, if it does not take up the position, somebody or the other lady takes up the position, then there also has to be a need to come back to the Portfolio Committee and recommend a chairperson? And I don't know if I understood the reasons why the person might not be able to take up the position. If I missed it, I do apologize. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. I'm not seeing any other hands up. Honorable Subrathi.
Chairperson, let me also join Honorable Vilakazi in emphasizing what I also noted is a stark absence of technical expertise. I recall when we undertook the process of recommending 6 councillor names to the minister, one of the criteria was we looked at engineering experience, this type of experience, because these will be carrying out PMS over councillors. So, Chairperson, that is a concern for me. Why is it absent? And notably, as a portfolio committee, we're noting its absence, and we're noting that it's needed in assessing the performance of ICASA councillors. What then is the alternative? Can we co-opt? Can we then request a co-option and a further enhancement of the committee to accommodate and cater for this? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi, Honorable Vilakazi, Honorable Bodlani. Let me hand over back to DDG Shelembe just to give responses to those questions. And may I just throw in another one that says, have the performance agreements of the councillors also now been completed? Because we would assume that as we appoint this panel, they have something to evaluate. So how far is that process? DG or DDG Shelembe? DDG Shelembe, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the honorable members for the questions. We did consider the issue. That was way back when the performance management system framework itself was being put together. we did consider the idea of getting a representative from the sector who will bring in the technical expertise, but the feeling was that which discounted against the going forward with that thinking was that most of the people with that kind of expertise would be doing work in the sector which is regulated by ICASA, which may then create some kind of conflict of interest in that the same people that are being regulated are then monitoring the performance of ICASA. So it was on that basis then that the idea of the sector representation or the technical skills in the sector was discounted. So that was the reason, Chairperson. And then the issue of the process flow as to what is then envisaged. According to the law, the ICASA Act, it is envisaged that the National Assembly will approve this. It will approve this panel. And so in our understanding, yes, the matter will have to go to the National Assembly for debate and approval there. That is our understanding of the law. The chairperson recommendation, I think we just put additional cover in the event that the chairperson, the person nominated for the chairperson role is unavailable or declines. We do not have any particular reason, though, to believe that he may decline. It's just that the other lady, Princess Mangoma, also had performed very well, and she possesses the same skills as those of the person recommended to be chairperson, Mr. Mahapi. So we do not have any reason to believe, or he has not indicated his unavailability to take up this nomination into the evaluation panel. Then finally from you, Chairperson, the question about whether the agreements have been completed. We are quite at an advanced stage with ICASA in terms of finalizing the agreements. They have submitted for the minister's consideration these agreements, and we in the department are evaluating them to ensure that they cover all the aspects relating to the ICASA strategy and the annual performance plan of ICASA, essentially making sure that they cover the full mandate of ICASA, and therefore the council will be assessed holistically for the totality of the mandate. So in short, Chair, yes, we have received the performance agreements from the chairperson and the councillors of ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Shelembe, for those clarifications. I do think that the issue of the skill set being presented to us is a problem. I know that Honorable Vilakazi was also trying to make a point in the chat that it can be everybody who's either an engineer or a data analyst or a something within the industry would be working in the industry for you know, whether it's companies or so that are regulated by ICASA. I would like to request that the DDG takes this issue back. Perhaps if you can make recommendations on whether you can strengthen this committee with some technical skills. I know that you do have a limitation in terms of the number of people that you can appoint, but maybe to give some consideration, I think, to the discomfort of the committee. I wanted to then say that based on any amendment or supplementing you would do, perhaps we can schedule this again in the next week or 2 weeks. But I see Honorable Sithole, you have your hand up. Honorable Sithole.
And no, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I think you cover me because I was trying to check with Mr. DTG. I don't know, Mr. DDG, because you see, because they just give us their names. So now I'm trying to check our role as members of the portfolio committee and members of parliament. What are we going to do? Is that cut and stone, that's the one that they have done, or there is any subtraction or addition that we are going to make? So I'm trying to check on that one, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Sithole. Members, I think that's why I am really pleading, that we defer this item. There is a full report that had been provided by the Secretariat to us. You remember at the beginning of the discussion, the DG asked, please switch off the video as you walk away from us, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Sithole, please mute. He's not hearing anything. Jobe. Thank you. Okay, so we had, the DG did indicate that there was a slide which she skipped, which speaks to the competencies of the other candidates. Members, with your permission, let's stand down on this issue. I think let's go through that report again. We will ask that the committee advisors working together with the Secretariat just look at some of these concerns that we have raised, because if the process has already been completed, I'm hoping that within that long list they initially had, or the short list of however many candidates they came up with. So we will defer it and revert. And I want to say, Mr. Shelembe, we don't agree with your reasoning. We are members of parliament, and the very same people who review us are the people that we work for. So it can't be correct that, because you are in the industry, you can't then hold the authority to account. But we take your responses, and we will schedule this matter again. We do appreciate the urgency for it to be completed. I think, Honorable Botlani, your response was, you got the response to your question. We had a letter from the Speaker requesting concurrence from the Portfolio Committee, and yes, the issue would then be tabled in the National Assembly for debate and adoption. I think there was one other issue I wanted to add on this matter, but I've forgotten it. So Secretariat and advisors then will look to you for guidance on how we bring this matter back. I do want us to rush to the SITA issues so that we've just got enough time to engage with SITA. If I'm not mistaken, the first item on the agenda relating to SITA was an update on the governance issues within that institution, and thereafter our oversight report following our visit to SITA. Honorable Deputy Minister, received Deputy President. Honorable Deputy Minister, do you want to lead us just in terms of the update on governance at SITA? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I would also request the DG to guide again on that, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Yes, Chair, pardon me that I'm using my device, with my cell phone instead of the laptop. It seems like as if I do have network bandwidth issues. Chair, with your permission, my understanding was that—
We suspect you're using SA Connect.
No, Chair, but SA Connect is there, and it's at R5 per gig, so it's quite a more affordable data. Chair, I just wanted to get your direction. There were two matters at SITA. There is the matter related to the Portfolio Committee's deliberation on the Cliff Decker, so we will not be touching on that, safe to say, on one particular slide. And then whether or not we're starting with that, or you just want to get the update from us, because the request that you had was for us to appraise you with regards to the governance matters at SITA.
Yes, Madam, the governance matters. When we were there, the MD contract was coming to an end, the board. What has since happened?
Thanks. No problem. Thank you very much. I'll just ask that we put up the presentation. So
With regards to then the governance matters at SITA, just to appraise the portfolio committee on next slide, please. With regards to the matters or developments at SITA, perhaps starting then with the board of directors. Honorable members, the term of the board of directors expired on the 31st of January. And we're now in the process of reconstituting the new board. The applications closed on the 31st of January as well, coincidentally. And we've now received nominations, which obviously are subject to then the selection process and seeing the qualifying candidatures. Meanwhile, the minister has considered the appointment of an interim board, and this matter is awaiting cabinet approval. We are hoping to hear an announcement soon on this. And that the reason why we asked have opted for an interim board is to ensure that there is no governance vacuum at SITA, and I will elaborate further. Coincidentally, the contract term for the acting MD expired on the 4th of February, Chair, as you alluded. And the board went through a process of identifying an acting MD. And the reason for that, Chair, is that the minister, considering that the board was on its exit, felt that it was best that the new board should therefore look at the process of the recruitment. Otherwise, there was going to be an overlap process. According to the SITA Act, the acting MD can be appointed within the staff complement at SITA. SITA has got about 7 executives. So the board went through a process of identifying after interchange between us and the SITA board. The acting MD was appointed, and it was then effective from the 5th of February, with then also the assistants to say that there should also be a proper handover. It's Mr. Gopal Reddy, who is a SITA executive, and he's going to occupy that position for a period of 3 months, or when then the new executive MD has been appointed. The CFO position, as you'd know, is currently filled with Mr. Khawe. Next slide, please. If we then move in terms of there's also the matter with regards to the legal matter between the minister and the former 3 directors. In as far as reaching the settlement following the Supreme Court of Appeal ruling, we've settled on the legal fees and which were paid then for the applicants. And the legal fees for purposes of transparencies accumulated to 1.3 million, and these have been settled. Then obviously we are then embarked on a process with regards to reaching the settlement on the other matters in order to close the case. Unfortunately, up until now, Chair, we have not reached consensus between us and the 3 directors, as well as other board members, on the settlement fees. There is obviously, in terms of the ruling itself, where it indicates that we must basically effectively institute them up from the period at which obviously they were dismissed. Our then reading would then mean that you also then look at whether it's the board fee or a retainment fee. However, the members feel that in terms of their calculation, it is based on the actual number of board meetings that were held. It is an amount that we think it's very high, exorbitant, and we would not, as government, and certainly as a department, concede to that, because there was a board framework with regards to the number of meetings that they would convene, and that was agreed to by the board that we obviously now in discussion with, and therefore we are upholding that framework in as far as the number of board meetings. So as such, Chair, we have then informed our attorneys that this matter, we would probably need an independent adjudicator on it, and therefore we have asked for the judge to make a determination on it. Next slide, please. There are other matters, honorable members, that you are aware of. And just maybe to indicate or to reiterate, the minister had written to the Public Service Commission to seek their assistance with regards to governance matters at SITA. Subsequent thereafter, we've also shed light with regards to whistleblower allegations. The department is aware of some of these that have been brought to our attention. And that investigation is currently underway regarding the allegations that were made by a whistleblower. And then with regards to the matter at the KZN offices in terms of the instability there, we've been made aware that the staff reported that they were being ill-treated and bullied by the provincial manager in KZN. And then obviously there was also a staff survey that was done. I'm also aware that the honorable members have also been to visit the office, and investigation is currently underway, honorable members, to determine the facts and obviously what to do with the people who were placed under suspension. And then there are 3 appointments at executive levels that have been made in the last 6 months. This relates to risk, infrastructure, as well as internal audit. On the matters still related in terms of governance, next slide, we are rather quite concerned with regards to the audit outcome at SITA. The minister and the deputy minister have had an engagement with the board on these at the AGM, but we've also sat down with the AGSA team to basically take us into confidence in as far as the details of these transgressions. SITA continues to receive a disclaimer opinion. I think this is now 3rd year or 4th year of this disclaimer. And the Auditor General has expressed some gruesome opinion on this, honorable members. They are querying with regards to the accuracy of the financial statements due to then the inability to obtain sufficient information as well as appropriate evidence that they've asked for. They've also identified within the annual financial statements the issues related to the standard of the GRAP, which were obviously not interpreted appropriately. And also, they've also identified 2 material irregularities. Now, these ones relate to the license matters that were not effectively utilized. SITA has given an opinion, but the Auditor General still, despite that opinion or reasoning that has been provided by SITA, felt that this matter is still stands as a material irregularities. This probably, and we are also taking this matter up to investigate because it's still within the ambit of the state. So we are engaging with the relevant departments to obtain further information on this. And then the second one relates to a payment for services that were not delivered. SITA claims that there was still value for money in as far as that they utilized, but then again, this goes back to the issue of obtaining sufficient evidence, appropriate audited evidence on this matter. The public AG is considering referring this matter to the authorities. So we are engaging with them and working with them in order to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. With regards to the Public Service Commission investigation, just to also appraise the members of parliament that the minister has commissioned an investigation of governance matters at SITAs, and obviously these are undertaken by the Public Service Commission. In the main, it relates to the governance issues, service delivery matters in as far as investigation in terms of widespread allegations of corruption affecting the SITA operations. This also under service delivery in terms of the transgressions in the procurement processes, irregular contracts and approvals that have been made. And then obviously there's leadership instability. Honorable members, as you are aware, the investigation in terms of the high turnover rate at executive and senior management level, which obviously impacts the stability in the organization. And then obviously the issues related to the deterioration of the professionalism within the organization. And I think, honorable members, you heard that in your last engagement with SITA. There were also then other key governance matters related to key appointments in as far as then the recruitment. The public protector, next slide, is also looking in as far as the investigation. One particular member of society raised the issue with regards to the appointment of the previous acting MD, alleging that there were no proper processes followed. Then there was also the issue related, next slide, please. Issues related to also then the appointment of the chief procurement officer without proper recruitment process being made, and also the appointment of a firm of attorneys as company secretaries as well. Further, there was also a complaint laid with regards to the appointment of an interim board, as well as the appointment of the ministerial task team. The public protector is currently busy with these. The minister has met with the public protector. We've been given assurance that obviously they are working to ensure that they conclude on these matters quickly, and obviously we'll await the outcomes of that investigation. Next slide. With regards to the report, honorable members, that you received last year, the Cliff Decker Hofmeyr report related to the source of the services for the Western Cape Education Department. The department has then requested SITA to indicate the status of the report and whether or not there are any legal proceedings instituted. Honorable members, you would have heard in the last engagement that there were extensive recommendations that were made for executive as well as the board. So we are holding SITA accountable to then give us a status with regards to the implementation of those recommendations. Next slide. We are still awaiting the feedback from them. Honorable members, I think this basically sums up the issues as it was requested. If perhaps there are any further clarity-seeking questions or questions, we stand ready then to respond as best as possible. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Honorable members, that is the update. I'm sure Honorable Bodlani, you will want to go first. I've noted you, Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Sithole. Do we have any other hands? Okay, I'll come back. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Guningi at SITA, it really is a lot. It's a Pandora box. Every time you hear something about SITA, it feels like we really are not moving forward and we are regressing. Maybe the biggest question is, when we were engaging with SITA, the department through Babu Omega Shelembe and the DG reported that they were not receiving the optimal cooperation from the management of SITA. Has that changed? Is there better cooperation? to assist with everything that has been said up to so far. Can I just get clarity from Udichi? What she is speaking to about taking them about the situation of the former board members. Is the department going the route of arbitration? She spoke about listing the services of a judge because the services that the costs that the former board members are requiring or requesting from the department, from SITA, are too high. Is it an arbitration process? What process are we going to be following? And also, is it possible to provide the quantum? Your face says it's a high figure, so that at least we can also contextualize and also understand what the former board members and I believe that they are being owed. Because at the end of the day, this is taxpayer money, and this is a public platform. And these are the things that the public and the portfolio committee should be taking into confidence about. Also, Chairperson, the issue of the whistleblower. As members, we are inundated with people that are whistleblowers and they should be protected, of course. But I would have appreciated if the presentation had spelled out which allegations so that we all know that the allegations that you are sitting with, I am sitting with, all the other members are sitting with, the public has brought forward, those are the ones that are being referred to. So I would have appreciated to say the allegations and then we spell them out and so that we are just on the same page. Chair, I was hoping to also hear something on the review of the memorandum of incorporation of SITA, because that was something I thought was at the heart of the governance issues that were faced in terms of the appointment, in terms of their failures to provide services to their clients. So how far has the department gone with SITA on the review of the memorandum of incorporation? Is there a feedback on that? And we had requested the terms of reference for the PSC investigations. I do not remember having seen it. I do appreciate that the presentation by the DG had outlined the things that PSC would be investigating, but I don't think that would be the proper terms of reference. Is there another document that can just empower ourselves as the portfolio committee? And Chair, what we are sitting with now is a public protector and the PSC doing parallel investigations. What is the possibility for the sake for efficiency sake of those two entities, which are both government entities, merging their investigations, or how far is the PSC able to piggyback on the work that the public protector has done so far? Because there's an overlap in terms of what the PSC will be investigating and the work that the public protector has put in up to so far. So how can we just balance that so that we are more efficient with the state resources? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Botlane. Honorable Stoller. Honorable Sitole. Okay, let's move to Honorable Vilagazi. We'll come back to Honorable Sitole.
Hello, my sister, and good afternoon, everybody. So now there's something that I actually is very actually disturbing when you receive
Your
such a
handsome
report.
face, Dobe, your handsome face.
My sister?
We can't see you, Bab.
Hey, I'm trying to open the video doesn't work.
Okay.
You say you can start your video because the host has stopped it. So I don't know. The host stopped it.
Secretary, please sort that out, but you may proceed, Jobe. Thank you. We can
How's
see
it
you
now?
now, Honorable Sitole.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson, actually the report on this thing of SITA is actually very disturbing, because what I'm trying to check now, as we are speaking now, how many boards now? They still have 2 boards. And then another thing that I'm trying to check, Honorable Chairperson, because they are talking about 1.3 million paid by the department. Actually, that is very disturbing because that 1.3 million is for our vulnerable people who are supposed to be serviced them. So I'm trying to check now how much do the board were demanding from the department, because they failed the settlement because of demand by the board. How much they were demanding? And then the last one, Honorable Chairperson, I will be happy if we can get a full report, Honorable Chairperson, on this issue of SITA, because there's a lot of things that is not here. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, it's firstly, I did note that the DG said there is an interim board that the minister is looking to put in place. Noting the poor need for the board, in terms of levels of authority, I would imagine there are certain decisions that can't be taken before a board, whether permanent or interim, is in place. And so what are the timeframes for the installation or the appointment of this of the interim board? And other
You have muted, Honorable Vilakazi. We were hearing you, now you've gone silent. Thank you.
all right. And then so that was my first question, timeframes around the interim board. The second question has to do with a point I raised. Right, it was our first committee meeting of the calendar year, that there were allegations that the acting MD, the outgoing acting MD, had made appointments just prior to executive level appointments, just prior to his departure. And the allegations were that these were inappropriate, and especially as they could leave the organization compromised if the acting MD has left the organization. What is the status of that? Are there any such appointments, and what is the view of the department on those, if there are? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in our oversight visit, in our emergency oversight visit last year in December, the portfolio committee engaged with various role players, the executives and the board. And Chairperson, what we found was a very conflicted situation between the board and executives. Extremely conflicted. And given the fact that SITA has this huge responsibility as playing as a procurement agency of the state in terms of the ICT sector, my question firstly would be, and perhaps the minister is not sure, but I would have liked to ask the minister, and maybe via the DGs, what was the process that was followed in the selection of the acting MD, given the fact that it would be for 3 months and it could go beyond that. Of course, we want to do the appointment within 3 months, but what was the process against the context that what we found as a committee was a very conflicted board and executives at that point in time? So what was the process in the appointment of the current MD? And at the bedrock of SITA, what we also noted was significant breakdown in its key performance area, and that is procurement. And therefore, the question is, SITA's relevance is to be able to acquire and supply ICT equipment and service its clientele, the government sectors. So what is the roadmap to address this? And when will this be addressed? I would imagine it will be addressed by the board, but has the department given this special attention? Because against the persona of the president is speaking of digitization of IDs, of various technological advances, and this places SITA as a key driver of that. And how is SITA then going to be able to service its various clients who would expect of SITA to provide the necessary ICT support to achieve the vision that the president is outlining? So now I'll pause there. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members, for those questions. Let me just ask one or two. The question around the payment to the expired board, I think that that has been asked by members. I won't repeat it. The request is for the quantum that you're talking about. And I want to just make sure, I may be getting my facts wrong, but if I understood that case, there was a part A and a part B to it. I don't know. Please do remind me. And I would have thought that the part A, which resolved on reinstituting the board, is the one that had been dealt with. But the other one on the legality of the appointment, I don't remember, but can you just clarify? Because any discussion of compensation to the first board, I would assume would arise on a basis of a court order that says that, they should be compensated. Now, when there is no determination by the court on the compensation and the legality of the decision, on what basis are you even seeking arbitration? What is the basis for even wanting to pay this board? They did not attend any board fees. This is not an executive position where they're appointed and that you were supposed to be getting a salary and you didn't come to work and therefore you must be compensated. What is the basis of even discussing, whether it's arbitration or mediation or anything to that effect? So I would just like an answer to that. Then on the second issue, the presentation that the DG gives speaks about the KZN investigation. Now, when we were there in December, we got a report that the KZN investigation had been concluded and that the provincial manager had been relieved of their duties. Why is this matter now opened again? Because our understanding was that it was complete. I think there was even a report around how the employees felt that their concerns had been taken into account, which leads me, I think, to the next point that I want to make. So what else is being reversed now in the organization? And given the fact that the minister had asked for a moratorium on major decisions, echoing something that the portfolio committee also had raised, what is the basis for reversing some of these decisions? DG, we want a clear answer on the Western Cape education tender, because we've said time and again that up until that report is reviewed in court, then it cannot be that, it's becoming some sort of football. The report is there, and our understanding is that it must be implemented. So the obfuscating around an answer on that matter is not going to assist us. We also picked up in media reports that there had been lifestyle audits that were being undertaken at SITA. I think, I don't know whether it was Sunday World or IT Web, but somebody had reported on it with the fact that there were a number of adverse findings around lifestyle audits. Can you just give us an update whether that is being looked into and what is being done? The Public Service Commission investigation, can we get timelines on that? I support Honorable Bodlani's view, which I think when we go into the next item on our oversight report, is that you don't want to destabilize the institution with many, many investigations happening there. Can we get a timeline on when this PSC report is supposed to be done? Then we're also picking up from the media that the minister is looking at publishing regulations which would exempt departments from utilizing SITA. Now, I don't think I have to make the point that you cannot use regulations to subvert a law. Now, the SITA Act is very clear on the role of SITA, with procurement being at the heart of it. Can we get an understanding on what these resolutions are meant to achieve? At the oversight visit, we also said very clearly that, yes, SITA has problems. Like Honorable Bodlani says, kuningi. But the last thing we think we would want is that you are then killing the institution in the process. So an assurance that that is not what is happening. We had also received, before we went to SITA, a presentation from PSA, raising a number of concerns that organized labor had in that institution. Can you give us a sense of whether those concerns are being addressed? What is happening in that regard? And during this entire process then of the transition, are we now taking the members on board and what is happening in that regard as well? And then, yeah, my last item was around, major decisions. I'm particularly worried because you would have seen, DG, that in the oversight report, the executive was at loggerheads, whether it was around the appointment of executives, like Honorable Subrathi was saying, and things of that nature. There were expiring contracts. Some were being extended, some were not being extended. What is the approach on those issues? Because I would assume that if an executive leadership that was at war with each other, and you have somebody else coming in, coming from that same leadership, there would be a temptation perhaps to reverse some of those decisions. And in the absence of a board, because you're saying that we are still now in the process waiting for cabinet approval for the interim board, in the absence of a board, who is overseeing some of those decisions that may have been taken between the 5th of February up until today? Honorable Chauke Adonis, you came in after. I'll give you a chance. Honorable Vilagazi, is that a brainwave or a legacy hand?
Legacy hand, apologies.
Thank you, Honorable Vilagazi. Honorable Chauke, you may come in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies. I was struggling with my device to raise my hand and did not want to interrupt while other speakers were on the platform. I do sincerely apologize. I think I've been largely covered, and I think even in your articulations, in terms of what I wanted to raise as areas of concern, you've broadly captured them. I think one of the things that I wanted to perhaps get clarity on, in light of appointing an interim board, in order for us to ensure that SITA, there's no vacuum, right? One would want to have an understanding of what are some of the limitations of powers and authority that this interim would then have in terms of the decisions that they are able to take, executive decisions, and what are some of the implications that therefore would come with the decisions that they are making. Additionally, one would also raise the concern of say that yes, the minister did appoint an acting CEO, if I'm correct, in place, and what constituted this appointment. Additionally, what are the methods or the processes that were followed or merits for this particular appointment, which we know that the last time we were at SITA, as you've indicated, Chairperson, they were at loggerheads, and it did raise quite some concerns, but also now that we are aware that those who have been appointed are coming from that particular cohort. Additionally, in terms of, and I think this has been very much expressed by all colleagues, when it comes to the decentralization of services that are offered by SITA, one would want to raise it as a significant concern to say that this is a state-owned institution, an entity that seeks to, how can I put it, that seeks to inject capital and that seeks to inject capital into the economy and the ecosystem of the country and in governance as well. Now, when we do move for decentralization of these services coming from SITA, what are the financial implications? What are the implications on the economy? And what are the implications on the state-owned institution? And one needs to also take into consideration that when we do the risk analysis, has it been taken into consideration the amount of jobs that would then be lost and how this would affect the employees that are currently at the SITA? Is there any form of a transition plan that might be presented to mitigate this? Because we must understand that the minute the services are decentralized, it means that there are thousands who are going to lose employment, and therefore we're going to have an increase in high rates of unemployment coming from government institutions. So I think that needs to also be considered. And then also, what is the turnaround strategy? And I think it has been already articulated in some of the presentation, but what is the immediate low-hanging fruit turnaround strategy to ensure that SITA is able to provide services to all government institutions, where we've seen that many departments, yes, have raised multiple concerns about the services that they're receiving from SITA, but one would want to think that there must be some sort of turnaround strategy that seeks to mitigate it short-term, medium-term, and long-term as well, so that we can sort of mitigate this issue of saying that the services must be decentralized. But lastly, it would be with the proposal that was put forward by the minister to decentralize the services of SITA, who are the role players that seek to benefit from this? Would this be the small businesses? Would this be private entities that have already been selected? What process are they looking to employ when they are looking to undergo this process? Lastly, Chairperson, in terms of the Western Cape, and it's quite a concern that we, as a country, we've given authority or we've given powers for the decentralization of some of these services based on what provinces and some departments wish to do. And I think, therefore, it means we are also contributing towards the crippling of state institutions. Now, what are some of the limitations that would then be in place in terms of regulation on whether provinces or local government choose to pull out of services being directly procured from SITA? Or is there any regulation that seems to sort of give them leeway to do so? And what can be looked into so that we can ensure that the state institution is the primary service provider for all levels of governance? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke Adonis. DG, or maybe let me hand over to the Deputy Minister and then the DG comes in. Thanks. DM.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my attitude on this matter, I have, especially this one that is under discussion now, I've taken a view that I take a guard from the minister because it's got some areas where there's a potential of being conflicted. I'll give you an example. The issues that are going to the public protector speak about the MD's appointment, which is being questioned, the chief procurement officer, which is a number of issues which took place when I was in charge. So my views are known in a number of these issues. And even the issue of payment of the board fees. I took a view, I said to the minister, we'll take a guide, I'll take a guide on his leadership. That's why I deliberately said, let the DG brief. So I would request that DG come in. I think I'm explaining my position, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, DM. DG.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the honorable members. I want to also borrow the words of Honorable Bodlani by saying Koningi. Chair, I've got the Chair. Are you frozen or is it me?
We can hear you, DG.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Chair, I've got, if I may, just to go through the responses. I'm going to invite Mr. Tsekhofatu Kharabiang, who is our chief legal at the department, just to respond on the issues related to the legal matters, including obviously the quantum that is at the heart of the indifferences between us. I don't want to say dispute as yet.
DM, please mute. DM your video, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So if I can just invite Tseko, please come through.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to Chairperson, honorable members and Deputy Minister. Am I audible, DG?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you, DG. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the questions that were asked with regard to the SITA case are three, if I have them correctly. One, you inquired as to whether are we going to court or is it arbitration? The second one is the amount in which those reinstated board members are they requiring. And Chairperson, you also requested clarity on Part A and Part B. Those are questions that I've noted, and yeah. So just to start with this one, Chairperson, the one for Part A and Part B. Basically, in the purpose of the Part A was to say it was an interdict. It was an urgent application after they were removed. They were just saying it's an urgent application that at least they were sent to court, reinstate us. After you reinstated us because of we were removed illegally, reinstate us, then we will decide on Part B later. So normally, in Part A, the court saw that no, our case is not so strong. They reinstated them, and the court said we will decide on a Part B later. So that's only the distinction. So what we did is that we appealed against Part A until the Supreme Court of Appeal. That's when the department made the decision that there are no prospects of success. So that is just between Part A and Part B. Basically, it is the same in Part A or Part B, but Part A was just on an urgent basis to say reinstate them because we're not removed properly while we decide whether we should be completely removed or not. I think that's the decision, but I'm willing to take it further if you would want clarity, Chairperson. So, yeah, that's when after that Minister Malati made the decision that we are settling this matter. And it has been always our intention, Chairperson, as I also indicated in our meeting in December at SITA, that we are negotiating in good faith to settle this matter. And the DG correctly pointed out that the amount that the board members demand is so high. So, but before I deal with those amounts, maybe let me answer your question. When you asked the basis upon which we should pay them. So we have obtained an opinion from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. They said that if you would want to settle this matter and everything, you should reinstate them and also pay them the compensation for board fees. So that will be, the principle is that Chairperson, we should pay them the board fees, the amount that they should have received had they not been removed. But obviously should be the reasonable amount, Chairperson. That's where you are stuck. And you correctly pointed out, Chairperson, that why should they get that compensation because they've rendered the service and it's not a permanent position. So this is where we are stuck, Chairperson. That's why now we wrote to them last week to say, no, look, if we are not agreeing, let's go to court. We are stuck in the following, because of the following, Chairperson. One, there is a board fees that are prescribed that every board member must receive. We don't have a problem with that. We can give it to them. There is also special board fees. They should get it. We don't have a problem with that. But there is this huge amount of consulting when they consult the staff operationally, and there's also an amount for traveling fees. So we do not agree with the traveling fees. I mean, those are SNTs. They never travel. There's also the consulting fee. For you to consult, if you are a lawyer in the board, they will say, Chairperson, as a lawyer, go to handle this legal matter, give your legal expertise. That's a consulting. If you are an auditor, just like that's why we do not agree. And ordinarily, there should be a resolution in the meeting to say, Chairperson, go to handle this particular matter separately. So, for instance, if I may give an indication to one or two costs, when we started our discussion, one board member wanted 1.4 million, one board member. And that included the traveling fees and the consulting. And now we are stuck, they say 1 million. Other board members, they said 900,000, now they're on 750. And those calculations are far beyond what they're supposed to be entitled to. I mean, if we just only take their board fees, is only board fees and the special board meetings is less than 500,000 and so forth. That will be the reasonable amount, because the position, and I've always maintained, even in our meeting with them, is to put you in the position that would have been had you not been removed, since we are sitting in the matter. Since we are sitting this matter, the position and the principle is not to put you to the better position that you would have been had you been at work. So I think that's why last week we wrote to them to say we are not able to reach a settlement, Chairperson, with them. Let them say, we say no, set the matter down so that the court can finally adjudicate on the quantum, on the amount for board fees. And yesterday I had a discussion also with the attorney their attorney. And I said, no, we are ready. We can go to court. We can argue this matter. It's not even going to take long. It's not going to take long. And they appear to be saying we should give them a counter offer, something that we are just considering. So it may take a different route. We may either succeed in settling, or alternatively, we may need to argue it in court. But we already put it on record to them to say, set the matter down, let's argue it. And Chairperson, I don't know this where, and with regards to the legal fees, that we have been always negotiating in good faith to say, we are withdrawing Part A, and Part A is already determined as out. Part B is going to be a settlement that we are not continuing, and we even paid them the legal fees that they've incurred because they've succeeded in this matter. Only this item of board fees. Chairperson, I think that's all I can say for now, unless if there's anything that you and DG you would want me to deal with. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Then maybe to come in on the other issues, and I'm also going to invite the DDG to add. I think Honorable Bodlani was asking if it is about the review of the MOI. I think the DDG will respond, but I think, Chair, she was alluding to the SITA Act, and similar to the question that you have posed. Chair, the minister issued proposed amendments to the regulations last year, but I want to indicate that we've received some feedback from a number of government departments. Obviously, Chair and honorable members, you would know that there has been extensive complaints from departments with regards to either the delay, the impact it has in terms of service delivery, the escalated cost, etc. That particular process with regards to the review of the SITA regulations is similar to the process that we had embarked on as a department with regards to the devolvement. Now the DDG will explain it in more greater details when it comes through. But we have been looking at the issue to say what is the threshold in order to avoid the numerous delays that we have at SITA on the small projects, like, because the mandate, the act is quite clear that you must source through SITA or from SITA, and therefore all ICT services of government, national and provincial. You find that sometimes it becomes tedious when you are either sourcing an iPad or you've got new staff complement, you want 10 or so, and then you experience a huge delay, because that will mean that the new incumbent in your department must wait for the 3 months, sometimes even 4 to 6 months for those equipment to be delivered. So we then looked at the process in the department of what is then the threshold. The previous then Minister Chabeni, as well as Minister Gungubele, looked at this. We were looking at maybe 10 million and below. We were also exploring through the MTT the specification in as far as the criteria. Safe to say, Chair, where we're at now, the feedback that we've received is that the regulations on their own, as you rightfully indicated, cannot be adopted. Otherwise, they are in conflict with the SITA Act. And we do not want government departments to incur an audit, an irregularity or an audit opinion from the AG, because we also engage the AG SA. So we're embarking on a process of the review of the SITA Act with the assistance of the Department of Justice, state law advisors, and the task team in the department and SITA to ensure that the SITA Act will then speak to the proposed regulations. We do not have, Chair, a time frame on this. Safe to say, as I said, it is a priority. It is also sitting in the MTDP of government, and we would obviously then revert back to your portfolio committee to provide you a status update once we've got the drafts amendments in. The issue then, I think I've responded on those two matters. There was then the issue related to Honorable Vilakazi was asking the time frame for the interim board. Honorable Vilakazi, I can say that it is imminent. We are hoping, and I do not want to put the pressures within cabinet. Part of then the reason why Minister went to cabinet was then to seek the cabinet's approval. We will be guided on the approval process within cabinet for that determination, but all we can say is that it is imminent, honorable member. And then the issue with regards to the appointment of the outgoing MD, I'm assuming you're referring to the MD whose term lapsed on the 4th of February. That appointment was made by the board. The board, we call them by name now, the board that was appointed on July 2023, Pillay board, and then the process, and this is obviously one of the issues that has been taken upon by the public protector in as far as then the allegations that that appointment was irregular. Honorable members, as I said, we will await the report. The public protector had not given an indication of when they would conclude on their investigations. However, in as far as the agreement with our Public Service Commission report, the one that the department has commissioned, we indicated that it is going to be a 3 months. We had tasked them in December, and I might maybe indicate we had an engagement with the chair of the Public Service Commission, sorry, not portfolio, Public Service Commission, around the 18th, and he had indicated that obviously we've just approached them during the festive period, so they've commenced work in January 20th, and therefore we're giving them a 3 months period. So within in 3 months from the date of the 20th, we would then expect a report, and a report of which we will make available and share. They are going to engage the relevant parties within the state as they conduct their investigation. I think there was the question with regards by Honorable Bodlani as to whether or not are we not duplicating efforts. By and large, the public protector had specific queries that were raised. However, the scope of the Public Service Commission report is widely. Honorable members, I want to apologize, Honorable Bodlan. We had shared because it is public, the terms of reference, and we will send them again through the Secretariat, and as well as the correspondence from the Public Service Commission, of which they have agreed. They have already commenced. The Minister has given them the task letter, obviously, which they use when they do go and conduct the investigation and speak to all the parties involved. Then sorry, there was a question. I think the Honorable Vilakazi is asking who's responsible for the decisions, authorization of interim. I'm not so sure if it's interim MD. I'll allow Honorable Vilakazi to perhaps elaborate on this question. The Honorable Subrati, I think, and Adonis, the issue, the other concern that we do have, yes, so SITA, as I indicated, serves at the heart of government as far as ICT support across government, and is a very critical player, and we need to get to the level of stability. It is our hope that when we then usher in new management and the new board, you are actually going to be able to ensure that they do give focus in as far as their critical role and ensure that there is service delivery as far as then driving the digital transformation agenda of the country. Honorable Ados, SITA has got 3,700 employees. And yes, if all government departments then opt out of SITA as far as then the procurement, we are at risk, obviously, in terms of this huge job loss and obviously increasing the high unemployment rate. However, when we were looking as far as then the devolvement matter, we were also then making proposals in as far as, especially those who are serving in the SCM units at SITA, if once we change the main focus to focus less on procurement, the procurement goes back to departments, and for SITA to focus on the norms and standards, interoperability issues and cybersecurity matters of the country. There are obviously going to be officials whom we are going to propose that they would then move with the function of their task. So if you were perhaps servicing a particular sector or entity, you would then, and there's still going to be need or the driving of the procurement taking place specifically within the departments, we would offer those services and that personnel to the department. That, as I said, honorable members, will form part of then the submissions that we would be making as part of then the issue with regards to the reform of SITA. And this is still, as I said, going to have a very long process of not very long, sorry, a very stringent process of engagement within the state. Fortunately, this task sits also as part of the MTDP under the governance cluster. So as we then discuss both the role and function, we will also then discuss the issues related to the human capital and how then we would replace or place those human capital within the relevant function as part of then the recommendations. Chair, I would like to invite DDG Shelembe to just also share and respond on some of the questions that were posed. Thank you.
Before DDG Shelembe, I'm going to recognize the Deputy Minister and also to say the question that Honorable Vilakazi was asking is the same one I was asking. Who is responsible now between the expiry of the old board and in the period until you get the new board and the decisions that are being taken there? Who has oversight on them? But Deputy Minister, you wanted to come in before DDG Shelembe?
I would speak after him if you don't mind, Chairperson.
Thank you, DDG Shelembe.
Thank you very much again, Chairperson. I'm going to try and go through the questions which were asked, which perhaps the DG did not touch on them. To start off with, there was a question by Honorable Bodlani, which related to the fact that we had indicated that we are not getting maximum or optimum cooperation from the SITA board. And so the question is, have things changed or have they improved? The particular case we were referring to insofar as getting a cooperation was that we mentioned that we had been asking for the board evaluation report from the SITA board, and we had not received that. That report was immediately submitted after the interaction in December, and the department is currently reviewing that report so that the minister can make the necessary interventions. So we are still having ongoing discussions with the board, particularly insofar as it relates to the MOI that needs to be reviewed or revised. The last communication from the minister was to implore the previous board to submit urgently the proposed revisions to the MOI. We have not received such, and we are going to be expecting the interim board then to act on that rather urgently. On the whistleblower allegations, the essence of the allegations really relate to the reported corruption which is said to be perpetuated by a SITA employee who is in the SCM section, and that corruption is supposedly having to do with the service provider who is making gratuitous payments to that SITA employee. Our understanding is that the then exiting AMD started the investigation. He briefed CDH to do the investigation and also opened a case with the Hawks on this matter. So the matter is supposed to be ongoing, and as the department, we are awaiting further reporting on this matter. DG has spoken about the TORs for the PSC investigation. Yes, they are available and will be shared with the committee. Although Chairperson, it might at face value look as though the investigations of the PSC and the public protector are running parallel and perhaps are concurrent to some degree. The public protector investigation is quite specific, even as the public protector briefed the minister, they are looking at specific allegations made by the anonymous reporter to the public protector. Whereas the Public Service Commission is going to have a more in-depth look into the governance lapses at SITA, as well as leadership problems that have besetted SITA for a period of time. So in our discussions with the Public Service Commission, they've indicated that even though the minister had initially requested that they just focus on the past year, that perhaps the scope be increased to include at least 4 or 5 years so that they get to understand the true problems that are besetting the organization. So the Public Service Commission work is then going to look into more in-depth governance lapses at SITA over and above those identified for the public protector. Then there's an issue of the time frame for the interim board. The DG has indicated again that we are looking at a cabinet hopefully decision today to appoint the interim board. And then there's a question about the appointments prior to departure, which were made immediately prior to the departure of the AMD, particularly at an executive level. We made an inquiry with SITA if there are such appointments, and that is why we have a slide there which showed that in the past 6 months, there have been 3 appointments at an executive level that were made. That one of risk, internal audit, and infrastructure. So those are the 3 appointments, but in our view, they were not made on the exit of the AMD really, but in the past 6 months, they are the appointments that have been made. If necessary, they can still be reviewed. I think in any event, they are going to be reviewed as part of the Public Service Commission work on key leadership appointments at SITA. So we might perhaps get then some better insight into whether those were mischievous appointments which were done on the last days in office. Chairperson, you referred to the KZN investigation and that it was, according to your understanding, closed and complete. That is also our understanding, that it was closed and complete. But when we inquired from SITA, we learned that there are people who are on suspension, as well as the provincial manager who has been reassigned responsibility. So we said, what is then happening with respect to those? That is where then the idea of him requesting an investigation to just get a full understanding of where those cases are and how to take them forward. The reversal of the decisions, the minister gave a moratorium in line with the committee's view that perhaps there should be a moratorium on key or critical decisions at SITA during this transitional period. So the minister issued that moratorium on critical decisions, and it was adhered to by the exiting board. They did not take any decisions relating to appointments of staff or long-term contracts that are binding the organization. We have since received a query from the now acting MD as to whether that moratorium extends to the heads of departments of SITA whose term are coming to an end, some starting in June and in the immediate future. Our view is that the decisions pertaining to those heads of department, although fully delegated to the AMD, but we believe that the incoming interim board should have sight of those and make a proper determination as to what happens in that regard. With respect to the lifestyle audit, indeed, yes, we also learned in the media that there was a lifestyle audit which flagged certain executives at SITA for possible irregular movements in their bank accounts or practices relating to their finances. But what we have also learned is that there is no policy at SITA guiding these investigations or these lifestyle audits. So there is a void there insofar as how to deal with a lifestyle audit once an employee has been flagged for possible financial misconduct. So it is our view again as a department that this is another matter that the new interim board and subsequently the new board to be appointed should be seized with immediately to make sure that lifestyle audits are conducted, but conducted within policy and are taken to their logical conclusion. Because as things stand now, we are informed that although the lifestyle audits were conducted, but employees or the executives were not given an opportunity to explain those anomalies which were found by the internal audit people who conducted the investigation. That again talks to the lack of policy and guidance as to how these lifestyle audits are undertaken. Yes, there is an issue about the current void at SITA insofar as the governance or particularly the board existence or non-existence is concerned. So yes, in the past 10, 11 days, there has not been a board. So decisions that would have been taken by the board are still pending the appointment of the interim board, and therefore the AMD or executive management have not been delegated powers beyond what is normally delegated to them. So decisions of the board will remain untaken until the interim board has been put in place. I'm just looking at my notes here. I think, Chair, I have covered most of the issues, but perhaps the other point that the DG said I may comment on relates to the possible decentralization stroke devolvement of the procurement function at SITA. As part of the review of the SITA business model, particularly the bottlenecks in the supply chain, the previous minister, the second previous minister, Minister Ntabeni, had actually decided that all procurement up to 10 million should be devolved. She had said be devolved to client departments so that those departments are able to procure for themselves. However, that decision was contradicted by the opinion of the state law advisors, who said such devolvement requires that either the SITA Act be amended or the regulations be promulgated to allow for that. There is a clause in the SITA Act that says regulations may be promulgated by the minister to allow for procurement outside of SITA. So that is the window of opportunity which was then created in law to allow the minister for this to happen. But in the meantime, then, having been advised that the SITA Act will have to be amended or the regulations promulgated, then SITA considered devolving procurement up to 10 million to its regions. In other words, still procure from or through SITA, but regional procurement be done at regional level, just so as to expedite the procurement. SITA advised that such procurement up to 10 million constitute about 60% of the procurement that SITA does in terms of a volume of work, not in rand terms, but in terms of volume of work. And it was felt that then if it were to be devolved, it would alleviate the supply chain bottlenecks. However, the previous board had said before this is undertaken, SITA needs to make sure that there is sufficient capacity at regional offices to be able to undertake this function effectively. So where we are right now is indeed we are looking at comments that have been submitted in response to the minister's draft regulations that have been drafted, and we are then about to conclude as to how best to alleviate the supply chain bottlenecks at SITA, both within the spirit and the letter of the law. I think I've covered the issues which the DG had perhaps not touched on in detail. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I think those were comprehensive responses from our side. We still stand ready to respond if there are any follow-up questions.
Thank you, DG. Can I hand over to the DM?
Thank you, Chair. I think the DG and the DDG have done what they got to all the key issues that arise out of the governance update. I just wanted to make a general statement. I'm sure this must have been made by a number of colleagues. One of the biggest problems with my little experience having in this work now is that the crisis in SITA is failure to implement a convention of the separation of certain types of work. For instance, if you set the standards of the ICT equipment and all these other issues, what must be used, and you have got this huge responsibility, the responsibility of ensuring that there is an integration of information system, the security, there are standards, the equipment that is bought, standards are relevant and meet today's requirements. And at the same time, it becomes your responsibility to buy them. I've seen, Chair. Sorry, I was not unmuted. Can you hear me now?
We could hear you, DM, all the way.
We hear you, yes, DM.
Is it? Okay. I'm saying, unless, Chair, we separate this, to me it's a matter of urgent review. When you look back, I think it was a huge oversight to give people authority to determine standards, and at the same time, they have the authority to buy in the same space. This, in my view, has disrupted the focus of these boards at the expense of the main strategic reason why this institution was established. I thought I wanted to make that point, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DM, even for those comments, which we note. Honorable members, we still have to take our oversight report on SITA. So I'm going to request we move from that item. But DDG, I think you will also appreciate that there are a number of issues that perhaps have not been answered to our satisfaction. I think that we will be engaging with you on those, including I'm so sorry, I forgot the name, the legal advisor of the department, on how it is conceivable that when your Part B has not been decided on, you are making decisions which ultimately should have been determined by Part B, because I understand that Part A was the emergency relief that was sought in terms of the interdict, but the substance or the merits of the case had not yet been responded to. And I think you're correct when you say that this is not a full-time job. So how do you even claim special board meetings? Who says there would have been a special board meeting? So there's a lot of questions I think we've got in that regard. I'm going to ask the members that we collate the issues, and I think we need to send a very pointed letter to the department on some of these areas. I also haven't received to satisfaction a response on mine and Honorable Vilagazi's question on the governance lacuna, because if you are now operating without a delegation of authority, but there are decisions that are being made, because we do know that there are decisions that are being made in that institution. We have whistleblowers within your own institution who are speaking to us on some of these issues. So we do need clarification. DM, the point that you make is very important. And I think maybe we need to be taken into confidence on how you see this reform. What is coming through to the portfolio committee is that you are taking away from SITA a lot of its functions, and they are going to remain a norms and standards organization. Now that worries me. You're going to be a norms and standard organization, a function that you've had over the last however many years, but still we're talking about systems that are not interoperable. We are talking about a lack of standardization and so forth. I would also be keen to understand how this interim board differs from the one that had been appointed by then Minister Gungubele, and in terms of the process. And if SITA is under administration, why don't we say it's under administration? So there are a lot of issues that I think we need to go into. So, honorable members, I'm asking that please, when you are sitting in the House today, won't you just collate those questions, send them through to the Secretariat, and then we will seek to send a very specific letter to the department on these issues. Let us move, and thank you so much for your participation and engagement and frank responses on some of these areas. I'm going to ask that, I don't know who's presenting between Dr. Medupi and Mr. Malega, that the committee advisors in less than 15 minutes, just take us through the oversight report on SITA, and we will then engage on there. I do have to start moving towards Parliament myself, so I'm going to ask the Honorable Subrati, should I get disconnected, please won't you continue to chair, but I will remain in the meeting. Mr. Malega?
Good morning, good afternoon, it's Jacob Medupi.
Thank you, Doc. How do we know it's you when we can't see you?
I'm about to switch on my camera.
Thanks, Doc.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon again, Chair, honorable members, the DM and the DG, and the rest of the colleagues. I'm going to take the committee through the 10-page report. Maybe a quick one. I think the emphasis, Chair, will be placed on the observations and the recommendations, which is really the key of what the meeting was about and what would need to be implemented going forward. Hajira, may you fly the report quickly? Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to present the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies report, Chair, on the oversight visit to SITA on 11 December 2024, and the report is dated on today's date, 12 February 2025. Just as a pretext and the context on the report, Chair, the purpose of the report, on December 4, 2024, the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, PCCDT, it discussed some of the resolutions which were emanating from the meeting of the November 2024. It was during that meeting, Chair and the members, that the committee resolved to have an urgent intervention oversight visit to SITA on December 11, 2024. And the key aim of this meeting was really to tackle some of the significant challenges or governance and executive management challenges that we're facing SITA. On the next paragraph, the resolution for an intervention oversight came against the disjuncture, Chair, if you all remember, the disjuncture between the executive management and government structure at SITA. This disjuncture was likely to plunge the agency into further regression after its 57% target achievement performance during the financial year 2023-24. The percentage that has been mentioned there, Chair, has been contested. Apparently, that matter was taken up with the AG. During that financial year, apparently the agency achieved 61.9%. So that figure is going to be corrected. It has to be 61.9%. There's also been widespread dissatisfaction, I may add, Chair, among SITA customers, and we all know this, regarding its quality of service. Reports of efficiencies related to information and communication, ICT, information and communication technology, ICT, in government and SITA's performance, which negatively impact service delivery in the public service in order for that to thrive. For instance, some of the challenges were the outdated ICT infrastructure, security weaknesses, including poor network connectivity, which denied citizens access to much needed services. And some of the government departments, and some of this presented on the day as well, Chair, were the Home Affairs, the South African Police Services, the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Human Settlement, have previously highlighted difficulties related to persistent system downtimes and blamed SITA for their problems on poor service delivery. This report, Chair, would seek to accentuate the observations and recommendations that highlighted from the special oversight at SITA. The introduction, Chair, it just reaffirms and emphasizes really the pretext that I've just gone through. I'll just move to the next section, which is the executive summary, section number 3. Since the beginning of the 7th Parliament Estimate Report, Chair, the committee has been faced with government-related challenges across the portfolio, which were inherited from the previous committee's legacy report. In the main, SITA remained one of the entities with a recurring malfeasance. Several government departments, as highlighted, Chair, face serious challenges regarding SITA's ICT services. For example, SITA has encountered multiple problems with government departments such as DHA, SAPS, DHS, and DBE, amongst others. Now, in the meeting, as indicated over 20 November, Chair, the committee was again briefed about all those challenges around SITA. At the next paragraph, it's in addition to the processes initiated by the PCCDT, the committee also noted the Committee on Basic Education meeting, which took place on 30 December 2024. At that meeting, a presentation was made on the alleged irregular supply chain processes involved in the Western Cape Education Department. I think it's a well-known and well-documented issue, Chair. This has highlighted the weak supply chain management practices, further urging the agency to investigate the adverse audit findings by the Auditor General of South Africa, if we may add. Furthermore, Chair, the committee was very concerned, is still very concerned about the staff turnover at the executive management for critical positions. And those positions, we all know about those. The critical positions such as your MD, Dr. Bongani, who resigned, Ms. Bridget Laka, the company secretary, who also resigned within less than 2 months, Ms. June Cornelius, the company secretary, yet again, who resigned also within less than 2 months. As such, the committee resolved, Chair, to conduct an intervention oversight to SITA head office in Pretoria, as indicated 11 December 2024. And the key aim of this meeting, amongst others, was really to go through and focus on the various issues. The first bullet point, it was around the instability in the governance and executive management structures, around the huge staff turnover at the executive level, the poor service levels rendered to several government departments. The next bullet point is the alleged widespread maladministration at the agency, the poor supply chain management, which might have also exacerbated the perceived fraud in allocating tenders. The second last bullet point, the weak network operational practices have also resulted in several IT network outages that have negatively affected several government departments. The last bullet point, the latest Auditor General of South Africa, the AXA audit findings on the agency performance regression. If I may move to section number 6, Chair, which is largely with the engagement between the board and the committee and the executive management and the committee. During that engagement, Chair, a number of observations emanated from that engagement. The first observation, the committee had noted its concern on the ongoing board disputes. There was also with further concern as well that some board members acted like executives, and this was raised quite prominently, frustrating the technical and executive processes. The third bullet point was the frustration of the executive team that its work is hindered by board members who interfered in operational matters. The fourth bullet point was with concern that board members were not fulfilling their fiduciary duties. The next bullet points was that the lack of service delivery was due to the encroachment of the board on the executive duties that was raised, with concern that there is a lack of clarity on the roles between the risk and audit management committees. Next bullet point, with further concern that there is no risk management register, with serious concern that the department lacked leadership and oversight acumen, thereby contributing to the stagnation of SITA. Noted with concern issues relating to the company secretary's absence from the proceedings of the day without clear apology in that regard, with serious concern that there is a clear division and contradictory views of the board as presented to the committee during the day, with serious concerns, Chair and the members, that there is a clear division, or there was a clear division and conflicting views of the executive management as presented to the committee during the day. I think it's just a repetition of the previous bullet point. Just note that area, with serious concern that interventions by the current and previous ministers have failed to resolve the issues at SITA, leading to continued fragmentation and poor service delivery, with serious concern, with concern that the board has been unable to successfully address the ongoing labor challenges, which have led to frequent litigations, with concern about the lack of alignment between the green economy strategy of the country and the SITA strategic focus. And the last bullet point, it was also noted that the report of the department about engagement relating to settling legal fees and compensating members of the board who had recently been restated. That report was also noted, Chair. On the recommendations from that engagement with the board and the executive chief, number of recommendations emanated from that engagement. The first recommendation, the committee recommend that the minister should ensure that there is a separation of powers between the board and executive of SITA, and appraise the committee during the beginning of the second term on the undertaken corrective measures on that aspect, to ensure that a proper operational risk register is maintained in addressing operational risks and presented, and this will need to be presented to the committee during the beginning of the second term. The minister will need to ensure that the department present to the committee during the second term again an induction program for the incoming board members. The next bullet point, the minister will need to ensure that the department present to the committee a handover report framework of the outgoing board. Next bullet point, the minister will need to ensure that the board fulfills its fiduciary duties and adheres to relevant legislative prescripts that govern board members. The minister will also need to ensure that a detailed plan with timelines is presented before the committee on how SITA is going to be turned around in the next 10 months. Next bullet point, next recommendation, the minister will need to ensure that the agreed settlement is presented before the committee by the end of this current term, and that's the settlement between the ministry and the outgoing board members. Ensure processes are in place to promote clear guidelines and clarification to communicate SITA's core mandate to all levels of the organization in ensuring alignment with the overarching goals of the country's national development plan. The minister will also need to ensure that, Chair, that competent and empowered staff complement can respond and able to respond to evolving technological trends. The minister will also need to ensure that the PPSA submit information relating to the progress of the implementation of the PPSA remedial actions by SITA by the end of the first term, and that's the Public Protector of South Africa. Ensure that SITA has a technology migration strategy to address and eliminate the legacy systems that have posed challenges in integrating the new technologies within the medium term. The next bullet point, Chair, on recommendations, the minister would need to ensure that the department conducts and implement business re-engineering measures with the incoming board to ensure that SITA focuses on its mandate. Next recommendation, the minister will need to provide a full response on the role played by the interim board during the recent court case in which the ministerial task team, the MTT, was cited as one of the respondents, challenging the case of the old board, and that information is going to be provided, Chair, by end of this first term. The minister will need to provide a written response before the end of the first term on all the labor disputes with the related litigation costs and how the department would manage these costly disputes going forward. The minister would need to ensure that the department establishes a forum for all government CIOs, chief information officers, to discuss their challenges the various departments face regularly. The minister will need to provide a written response by the end of the first term to the committee on the possible stopgap measures while appointing the new board, while the appointment of the new board actually is underway to ensure the continuity of the agency's operations. The department provides clarity by 12 February, which is today, on the updates of the current MOI as raised by one of the members, which must align to global trends instrument used to govern state entities responsible for technology management. That date it can be reviewed because that was, Chair, we thought this report would have been adopted before the 12th February date. That the department would need to clarify by the end of the first term how it is going to deal with Part B of the court ruling on the restatement of the old board members. That the minister would need to provide a full report on the settlement of the legal fees of the reinstated old board members and on what the processes will be what the process will be to pay the outstanding board fees. That the minister would need to, that the minister refers to the Cliff Decker CDH report on the 1.2 billion tender for the Western Cape Education Department to the SIU for full investigation on the awarding of that particular tender. That the minister will need to ensure that the department provides measures undertaken by the board on the progress made in turning around the agency after the recent regression to the overall performance of 57%. That figure is to be corrected to 61.9%, Chair, is indicated for the financial year 2022-23. That the minister will need to ensure the department provide a clear plan on how the executive oversight role would be fortified and capacitated for effective oversight of SITA. That the minister and the department must implement an employee wellness program during the first term for all the staff members negatively affected by the challenges at SITA. That the minister would need to request assistance from National Treasury with the supply chain management challenges around supply chain management processes at SITA. And finally, Chair, the last recommendation that the minister will need to provide the committee with an impact assessment report by the end of the first term as to what extent SITA has fulfilled its mandate in the last 5 years. On the presentations between the department, the chair, and the committee and SITA on the day, a number of observations were noted which are quite brief. The committee noted, Chair, from that engagement with concern on the challenges experienced by other departments negatively impacting on service delivery. The second bullet, it was with concern that the outdated legislation negatively impacts service delivery meant for the citizens. And the last bullet point on the observations, with serious concern that SITA's infrastructure and technology services are outdated and negatively impacting on service delivery. Recommendations on that engagement. The committee recommended that the minister initiates a process to urgently appoint a new board and ensure that candidates with the necessary skills, fit for purpose experience, and competence are appointed before the end of the first term. The minister would need to oversee the development, implementation, and monitoring of the staff wellness program and report back to the committee every quarter. That the minister would need to ensure that legislative and policy prescripts to support the mandate of SITA are updated or up to date. The minister would need to ensure that SITA develops processes for the modernization of infrastructure and technology. That SITA would need to provide the diagnostic report compiled by former Managing Director Dr. Mabaso immediately after the adoption of this report. That the minister would need to write to the I think this is for the comment, or write to the minister, that the minister will need to write to the ministers in the Department of Public Service Administration, DPSA, and Treasury for intervention and a stopgap measure in supply chain management, SCM, governance and staff wellness processes at SITA. That the minister would need to ensure that SITA recovers the state monies from the individuals and companies found to be transgressing laws and regulations of the state. The next recommendation that the minister would need to provide in writing clarity on the constitution of the board and associated payouts, as well as on the process around the suspension of acting Managing Director, the AMD, that the executive of SITA should put ordinary people first and prioritize service delivery. That the minister will need to ensure as well, Chair, that SITA place a moratorium on suspensions, appointments until the new leadership is in place. Finally, Chair, that the department would need to expedite an engagement with the Public Service Commission on the suitability of instituting an inquiry at SITA. The concluding remarks from yourself, Chair, on the day. In conclusion, the chairperson noted that the discussion reflected a critical need for reforms at SITA to address governance, leadership, service delivery, and operational inefficiencies. There was a need for an urgent action, which was required, requiring acute oversight was necessary to improve SITA's transparency, efficiency, and professionalism. This will amplify SITA's effectiveness and enhance public trust. The next paragraph, the committee is committed, the chairperson highlighted, to improving the situation at SITA so that it can focus on its core mandate. The oversight allowed the committee to witness firsthand the divisions and contradictory reports from the board and the executive. The instability at the board level has a rippling effect, negatively impacting on the fiduciary responsibilities, the executive's work, and the general staff at large. That SITA's non-performance negatively impacts service delivery for South African citizens in general. That SITA remains a vital state entity contributing to an effective ICT ecosystem for all government service delivery objectives. That the committee will not tolerate maladministration or misappropriation of the state resources. And the chair noted it again that while acknowledging the frustration felt by the honorary employees, the committee urged them to be resilient. Recommendations to the portfolio committee emanating from the engagement on the day, Chair. The committee will seek legal advice on the possibility of establishing an ad hoc committee to investigate all the challenges at SITA, which will primarily focus on governance, operations, which are HR and procurement issues, and the last bullet point on the perceived criminal conducts. That the committee will engage in more consistent oversight and regular engagement with SCOPA, the Standing Committee on Public Finance, to address ongoing issues and ensure accountability. Further engagement with the Union's Public Servants Association of South Africa, PSA, and the National Health and Allied Workers Union, NEHAU, and staff outside the executive. The committee will make sure that that engagement, follow-up engagement on that take place. The second last bullet point, Chair, The committee will conduct oversight over the handover of the outgoing boards at SITA. And finally, PPSA, Public Protector South Africa, will provide more written information on the irregular appointment of the former AMD. That's the report, Chair, the report which need to be considered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Medupi, and I do apologize once again, members, if my network is not so good. I did indicate that I'm traveling to Parliament. May I check if there are any questions, inputs, as we want to put this report, its recommendations for adoption by the committee? I'm not seeing any hands. Members, should I take silence to mean consent, honorable members?
This Honorable Chairperson, the report is very accepted.
Thank you. Honorable Sithole has moved for the adoption of the report. Honorable Subrathi.
Chairperson, let me welcome the report, and it's very detailed. It captures the sentiments of the committee, very well presented, and I certainly hope it will be taken to heart. Chairperson, I second the motion made by Honorable Sithole for the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. The report, therefore, is duly adopted. It being an oversight report will obviously need to be ATC'd before the National Assembly and then sent through to the Minister and the Department for consideration and implementation. Honorable Shongwe, I just want to see that you are in the meeting, you know. We don't want you issuing apologies when you disagree with us. Honorable Shongwe? Yeah, no, Honorable Shongwe is not here. You see now, Honorable Sithole, why we always ask that you show the videos in the meeting to make sure that you are with us. Honorable members, colleagues, I think we have come to the end of our meeting. Let me just double check with the Secretariat if there are any issues that we may have left out from the agenda.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if you want to include the MDDA issue today or at a later stage.
Yes, I think maybe let's do that quickly in the few remaining minutes. It should not take more than 5 minutes. Do you want to speak to it, Hajira? Sorry, maybe let me just also thank the Deputy Minister, the DG, the DDG, all colleagues who participated in this discussion. As always, we really appreciate the robust engagements with yourselves, and we hope that you also appreciate that even though some of the questions from time to time may be grilling, we are all serving one interest, and that's to ensure, in this case, the sustainability and the stability of our state-owned enterprises. So, Deputy Minister, DG, if you would want to take leave, thank you very much. We are just dealing with one last item relating to the filling of a vacant position on the board of the Media Development and Diversity Agency, the MDDA. Thank you very much. Over to you, Hajira.
I'm just waiting to flag the letter, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chairperson, I have the wrong letter. There was a letter sent to members to indicate that I received this morning from Mr. Ngoma. I have sent it to members. The fact that there was a letter referred by the Speaker in terms of the MDDA members. Members are expected to give their consent for advertisements at this meeting. I'm just looking for the letter. Apologies, Chair.
Okay, let me speak to it. Honorable members will remember sometime last year, we had been made aware of a vacancy on the MDDA board that arose from the resignation of a member of the board, Ms. Martina de la Tonia. legislation requires that Parliament fills that particular vacancy. We have received the letter that was referred to us by the Speaker from the Minister in the Presidency, where she re-notifies Parliament of the vacancy. In the letter, she proposes, or she puts before us, a decision whether we want to continue with where the last portfolio committee had left off, or whether we should start a new process. On the advice of the Secretariat, a decision was taken that perhaps we should put to the members the option of starting the new process. We did not have any handover information on this process when we received the legacy report. So with that background, I think it's to seek approval from the portfolio committee that we advertise for the filling of this one vacancy on the MDDA board. In a nutshell, that is what is before us, honorable members. I don't know if Hajira, there's something that you believe I've left out?
Nothing that you've left out, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I please have your views on these issues, on this issue?
Chairperson, my understanding is that as a portfolio committee, similar to what we had done for the ICASA vacancies, we will have to constitute a subcommittee, proceed and oversee a process of advertising, shortlisting, interviewing, and finally recommending to the minister. If that is the requirement of this committee, Chairperson, I'm happy to support that we accept and proceed with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sbrathi. You are indeed very correct. I think we're struggling because Hajira cannot find the report that had been sent to members. Can I ask Hajira that once you have that report that was meant to be tabled in this meeting, you share it again with the portfolio committee members, give an indication on how big a subcommittee we would be forming, and again, using the principles that we had utilized in the ICASA process, guide members on the number of people that we would require from each party for the purposes of that subcommittee. This will then be tabled as the first item in our next sitting. If that is in order, members, that is how we will proceed. So Hajira, please do circulate that report with the information that we're requesting. On that note then, I don't think that there's any other business to consider. I thank you very much for your time. Once again, to request members to please remember to send us any supplementary questions you would want us to send to SITA. If those could be received this afternoon still, so we can ensure that we dispatch that letter in the morning. We also want to ask the ICASA, I think they're still in the meeting, just to remember the reports that we had requested by next week, as well as the information on from the Competition Commission on those public interest conditions and the remedies. But Deputy Minister Kungubele, thank you very much once again for staying with us, and our sincere appreciation to everybody else on the platform. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.